Okay, let's do our countdown. I was going to start us out with a song, but I didn't have time to pull one up. Hey, Mr. A. Hey, Poppy, Linda, Little Deb. Flies on the coastlaw, flies on the coastlaw. Now, I know that there's other people live and hundreds of people in there, but I just have a few things that I wanted to go over and say today. Um, the thing with Ernie, let me make this loud and clear. um I am not part of Ernie Shell's team. I've never spoken to Ernie behind the scenes, not ever. um do I agree with everything that he says and does? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I've never been part of. Hey, Bexo. Hey, Jack. I hope you're doing well. Um, I've I've never. The Summer Wells community has never made me feel welcome. Let's put it that way. Um, I've not fallen into listening to a lot of the rhetoric that goes on, things that are said. I've tried really hard to maintain my channel as being a channel that uh, puts out factual information. We all talk about things, we discuss things. I commentate, I give my opinion. We talk about different theories. We're not big on speculation, but, you know, look, it's all fine and dandy as long as I think it's very important. And I know I've had a lot of people who have, you know, cried around and been like, I'm not going to say it's in my opinion. Well, I think it's very important that you state something's in your opinion. And we've seen it happen over and over in Summer's case that, um, you know, not stating that this is the way you feel about something has led to others putting your opinions, your speculations, your theories, putting that out on social media as being factual information. I totally go with first interviews. I think it's so important to always go back to the first interviews. Uh, oh, thank you, Linda. Um, everybody's welcome over here. I do get rid of people, um, especially if they want to come in, disrespect somebody in chat. I'm human. I let things slide over here, um, at times, but I don't like people being attacked in my chat. There's no reason for it. We're all grown adults. You guys can go watch whoever you want. The only thing I've ever asked is don't come over here and be nice to me and then go in someone else's chat and talk smack about me. you know, a lot of people, I think, feel that because I don't go off all the time, and people do make fun of me calling myself Remain Calm. I've always been Remain Calm. I've never changed that. I don't hide who I am to anybody. And there are times when I don't remain calm. But you got to realize what some of these people do and say on social media that can really piss a person off. It really can. I've gotten more lately where I am going to stand up. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stand up for me, my channel, and people from my channel that I absolutely feel like they're getting a lot of shit for something when they are speaking their opinion or something. Hey, Vanita, good to see you. Yeah, it does boil over in time. It absolutely does. And, you know, do I look at certain things and maybe see it a different way than some people? Absolutely, I do. I truly do. So, okay, let's get this started. And Fred's sister got an email from the Detective Pruitt, Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. He is the lead investigator in the Summer Wells case, right? And I haven't read the email or anything. Luckily, Flies has she put out a video 54 minutes ago. Let me drop her link. Let me give her a thumbs up too. Give her a thumbs up for that. And hey, May May, and hey, Deb, to let you guys know, usually Flies is like, you don't have to do that. Yes, I do. If I play videos, somebody's videos, I absolutely am going to give them credit. I don't care who it is. I have been trying, hey, Captain Obvious, I have been trying to make sure that I'm dropping links. Usually, a lot of times, if I'm going over someone's videos and stuff, I absolutely try to put the link in my description for sure. Let me get her name in here. But I want to say this again for people. Yes, I went up on Ernie's panel. You know, Ernie's been nice to me. I'm not going to be mean to Ernie. Hey, Margaret. I blow him a lot of shit sometimes. Of course, he's very easy to make fun of. I mean, look at some of the crazy stuff he says. But no, I am not speaking with him behind the scenes. I'm not giving him information. A lot of and this is what gets me, okay? And like I said, the so-called Summer Wells community, they freaking blacklisted me right when I came out. I don't have a freaking problem with it. Hey, Alexandra, thank you. I have been trying to remain hopeful that this lead is credible. Just want her found. We all want her found. We all want her found. You know, and I'll say this too, because I've never I'm not gonna come out here and bash people for how they make their money. I'm not gonna do that. I never have. Um, I always talked about little fires being set around Summer's case. And you know, we've got little fires everywhere. We've got locals who don't like each other or whatever. And hey, Chris. And, you know, that leads to certain things being put out. It, that drama stuff, I'm not into it. I'm really not. And, you know, going on Ernie's panel, I just didn't find anything wrong with that. Not at all. this is what surprised me. It really did. Now, granted, I ain't losing no sleep over it. Thank you, Poppy. Is the fact that Ziggy verbally attacked me so quickly. I didn't even know Ziggy knew who I was at all. Now, the only thing that I thought was interesting about that is the trickster part. And I'll say this a million times. If you're telling the truth, no matter how you're asked a question, you can't be tricked on the answer if you're telling the truth. Um, you know, that's good, Margaret. That's good. I mean, what you guys need to realize too is sometimes these creators will do things or act a certain way. Hang on, I don't know what's going on here. Or act a certain way. What the heck? Oh, okay. To acquire subs. Okay, acquire subs. It happens. I personally have never been the type to go around everywhere on YouTube just to get people subs or whatever. I've just never been that type of person at all. Now with Ernie, I mean, let's just basically say it and get it out of the way. I'm not going to sit over here and spend a long time talking about Ernie. If people don't think that in a way that Ernie isn't okay, Ernie called Hawkins County sheriffs. What got me about that conversation when he allegedly started saying things about people making money off of Summer. I don't know why he would even say that, because Ernie himself has made quite a bit of money off of talking about Summer. I mean, for real. I, for one, will not be told. I don't think anybody, yeah, that's fine, Margaret. I'm not telling you where you can go and can't go. I don't care who goes and watches Ernie. I like to talk to Ernie about trafficking. Okay. Now, granted, you know, he can research it just as well as anybody else, but I find it interesting talking to him about trafficking. I do. I know a lot of people. No, I didn't think she meant me, Flies. Yeah, I know what you mean, Margaret. I know what you mean. I recommend people go watch everybody. Go watch everybody. I've always said this. Sometimes, if you think that it's drama, fast forward through the drama because there might be, you know, a piece of information or something that ends up coming out for sure. You just never know. Okay, so Fred's sister, and I have not watched Fly's video yet. We're going to do that together. Together. Now, Ziggy is swearing up and down that Fred has been cleared in the Summer Wells case. Let's just see what this says. And Bly's got this from Lisa Kay. So, all right, let's listen to it, you guys. Oh, if I unmute it.
Okay, Ready? Here we go. So Ernie Shell's claiming he works with TBI, right? And Hawkins County Sheriff's Office. They have sent him a lot of reports on an open investigation recently, like the search dog logs of what search dogs were where and what time they got to people's houses and where they hit, right? He's claiming.
Now, common sense is going to tell you guys, right? Lisa is where she called TBI this morning. Hey, KK. Oh, thank you, May May. Thank you. You're our May May. I want you to know that. You are our May May. We love you, May May. We do. May May has been around. The 6up is the email. Right. 6up's got the email, right? Okay. So common sense, people. Common sense. Whether it be Ernie Shell or anybody else, Hawkins County is not going to send a detailed report of where the dogs hit. Okay? Now, I'm going to say this. Lisa acting like she knows exactly where the dogs hit. I mean, come on, Lisa. You're just as guilty of some of the nonsense. You're just as guilty as some other people in the freaking nonsense. One thing upsets me to stop. Yes, I agree, Captain. I agree. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? I've sat and watched you people call TBI, Hawkins County, over what? What? And let me say this. Law enforcement will lie. They're allowed to lie. Okay? They are. Oh, thanks, May May. She called him to debunk Ernie, which everybody knew. All these calls and stuff take time from. Exactly, Margaret. Hey, Twister. Exactly, Margaret. Exactly. Okay, so Ernie, come on now. I'm going to call you out on your BS. You need to quit saying that you're working with TBI and FBI and Hawkins County on this case. If I remember correctly, now I don't know if it's true or not, but didn't they tell you to stay out of it? I don't know. Right? Lisa isn't asking for resources. I don't think Ellie lied about Ernie. Which part, Blythe? What do you mean? Yeah, Lawson ran him off. Yeah. That says a lot, right? And this is the thing. This is the thing. Hey, DJ, because I'm not going to sit over here and act like I'm the queen of the Summer Wells case and I have all this information that others don't. Yes, I transcribed so much stuff. I have stuff that was taken down that is not accessible on the internet anymore. Does that mean that I know things that other people don't? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. If someone truly wanted to have a conversation with me, that we could have an adult conversation, it not be drama filled and all that shit, I would do that. I would completely do that. Okay? But seriously, how many creators in the Summer Wells case has ever gave Remain Calm credit for fucking anything? Not a one of them. None of them like me. And I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Because I don't need the drama of it all. I don't need the fucking drama of it. She's Summer Okay, moving on before I get sidetracked.
I mean, he's got all this. He's asking for money for his God-given mission. He claims that he's working with TBI, of course. And what was the deal with they were setting him up with cameras and stuff? He was ready to do some kind of sting or undercover operation. Okay, so
And look, most people know, I don't know who Kathy Gordon is. And I appreciate that comment. Can we kind of not? I don't know who Kathy Gordon is. I really don't. Don't be upset if your comment is removed. I see it. I seen your comment. Don't be upset. I removed it because of the name drop in it. For real. That's what she goes by on YouTube. So, oh, well, who is she? Who is she? Why is she, why are you curious about what she has to say? Picture a cassette tape with all the tape out of it. You have to use it. Yep. Yep. You got to use a pencil to rewind it. That is a good statement there. Oh, the Kathy Gordon. Okay. Why is she upset? Why would she be upset? She let Fred and Ziggy stay there, right? She was all right with them getting married in her yard, right? And I'll say this. This is what gets me about some of these creators on YouTube. They will argue and fight, say horrific things about each other, but they still go into each other's chats and right? So yeah, I mean, what is she upset about? What is she upset about? She let him stay in her home. They got married out in her yard. So what is she upset about now? Okay, let me get back to this. And this is the thing. I don't care if Fred and Ziggy are married. I don't really care how they live their life. What Ziggy needs to realize is everything that she comes out and says, right? Well, I mean, Ziggy ran with the email, Margaret, because she's trying to say that it's an email that has to do with Summer Wells. It's an email that has to do with Cotton Simpson, from my understanding.
here we go. Here is phone call number 1. And this one is TBI.
Now, this is the thing. If I pick up the phone and I call TBI or Hawkins County, I'm not going to ask shit about Ernie. I'm going to want to know, okay, is Fred Hill a person of interest in the Summer Wells case? That's just me, though. You know, that's just me.
Like I said, ignore the cat purring. There's nothing I can do about that. Okay, let's see.
Alexandra, that is a great example of a little fire that is being put out around the Summer Wells case. If she's got a problem with Fred, his family, that has nothing to do with Summer, in my opinion.
Can you hear that?
Yep.
Okay. Takes them a while to answer the phone. Sure, they're all calling about Fred Hill today.
Why didn't you ask about Fred?
No, Mr.
Your investigation. How can I help you?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm sure you're busy today with all the crap going on, but this isn't.
Lisa, I'm sure you're busy today with all the crap going on. Now, if I work for the TBI and I answer the phone and some lady is like, hey, I'm sure you're busy with all the crap going on, I think I would say, ma'am, what crap are you talking about? Right? Hey, Mr. A, right? I don't know. I don't know, Stephen. I don't know. A lot of stuff people say don't. Well, you're right, Alexandra. You're right.
Involving that. There's someone called Ernest Shell who claims he's working closely with law enforcement on the Summerwells case, and he's soliciting money.
Okay, hold on 1 second. If this is about Summerwells, I'm going to transfer you over to the missing persons unit, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 second. TBI.
Hi, I'm sure you're very busy today, so I'm sorry to bother you, but there's a person called Ernest Shell that's a wanted fugitive. I know he has an active warrant, but yeah, he claims he's working closely with TBI and they're sending him confidential
That is
reports.
not accurate. Yeah, that's not accurate. He says that all the time on social media. He has many people that call in, and it's not accurate information. He is not working with TBI.
Ernie. Lisa, just grab that little ball that you have. And she just squeezed it. Right? Okay, DJ. Yes, I do have to admit, Lisa and Ernie and Shelby's relationship is fucking weird. Okay. Okay, flies. Oh my God. I personally would have said, ma'am, Fred Hill is saying that, Nicole, Ernie lies, say it ain't so. I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Well, he's soliciting money and all kinds of things. So I just thought, how's he getting these reports on an active investigation that he claims? Okay. Thank you very much.
I don't believe everything you see on the internet unless it comes directly from law enforcement themselves.
Okay.
Thank
all right. Thank you very much. Have a good Thanksgiving.
What, Ernie, really? You want a link? I'll give you a link, Ernie, but... Well, let me finish this, Ernie. Let me finish this, okay? But I will drop you a link in a minute, okay? I got to finish
You're
what I
welcome. You too.
started.
Bye-bye.
All right. Call.
Exactly, Lisa.
Oh,
Don't
number one.
believe everything on the internet unless it comes from law enforcement.
I'm starting.
Where'd you go?
Joe, this next one is even better. Okay. But I don't show any receipts. So, and I'm a liar. So nobody believe any of this, right? Okay. I'm so proud of myself that I learned how to record phone calls. Maybe I'll be able to share screen. Hey.
Now, Flies, that's not fair that you want to leave because Ernie's in chat. How is that fair to me? He's not getting a link right now. I'm trying to cover phone calls. Everybody knows who you are, Ernie. Bye, Ernie. I'll catch you later, though. I'm going to use you as my investigator, Ernie. I'm going to start my own team. It's going to be called RCT, Remain Calm Team. For real. But no, I'm trying to cover this. Hey, Nick. He is being nice. He hasn't said anything. He hasn't said anything, Nick. For real. Ernie's been nice to me. I will say that. Ernie's been real cool with me. He has. But I am not part of his investigative team. All right? I'm putting that out there for real.
Wisconsin Mom, I'm so happy that you're up here. We haven't talked in a while.
I know I only have a few more minutes.
Okay, this one is even shorter and more to the point.
Shit.
And yeah, we're gonna. Okay, this next one is to
Yeah.
Hawkins County
RCP
Sheriff's
field
Office,
agent.
and let's get right into it.
Yeah, Jack, you're on the team.
272-7121. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it now. For administration, press 1. For the jail, press 2. For visitation or commissary, press 3.
Who is she calling?
Oh yes, Renee. Last night, claimed he had all the search dog reports from Summerwell's investigation. Claimed law enforcement was updating him on the search in Paul Hill's farm, land, whatever. Oh yeah. And TBI wants to interview him on Monday. Yep.
I wonder who he's paying off to.
Oh, pretend to be TBI.
Uh-huh.
Oh, here's
I
my.
mean, does this really surprise people? Hey, Karen with the C. Does this shit really surprise people? I mean, for real.
Cat snuffling. That's not me. Although I do snuffle. That's Miles.
Very crazy stuff out there, Lisa.
Just tired of it.
Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I'm sorry to bother you, but I have a question about the Summerwells case. Someone named Ernest Shaw claims that he's working closely with Hawkins County, that you're updating him on
A lot.
any new
Karen.
developments, sending him reports on the case, and he's soliciting money. Is any of this true?
No, it's a scam.
Okay, all right.
It's
Thanks.
a
Have a good Thanksgiving.
scam. Why didn't you ask about Fred? I would really like to hear Hawkins County say that Fred Hill is still a person of interest. They are absolutely sick of YouTubers. They absolutely are. For real. Okay, we're going to get out of that. We're going to get out of that. So, Fly's link, I dropped it earlier. You guys go check it out. Ziggy's behaving like it. She always has May. Ziggy has always acted like a little teenage giggling girl. Now, I am going to put this out, and I know that I roast Ziggy and laugh about a lot of things that she says and does. I also call out stuff that I find is not funny that Ziggy and Fred has done. I cannot sit here and say that I can't sit here and say that Fred's guilty. I can't do that. I can't sit here and say that any of them are guilty. I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of ridiculous. It really is. Ziggy obviously feels like that this email. I thought, wait, Flies, are you still in here? I thought that somewhere, where was it that? Oh, it was over on 6UPs. Hold on, because I don't know if I have 6UP in here. I think I do, because I'm sub to her. Community post, right? I don't know. Let me see if I can find her community post. Okay, I am sub to 6UP. You guys can go check 6UP out. I will drop her link, actually. Let me drop her link here. 6UP has been, she's got a lot of information on Ziggy and Fred. I may not even use what she has, but Ernie called. They said the email was fake. Yes, I heard Ernie call. I just don't understand why this stuff is going on, you know. But like I said on on Ernie's panel. I said this and I meant what I said. This playing games in the Summer Wells case is just not good. Not good. Hang on a minute. Let me see who this is. Okay, wait, that's not it. Hold on. I gotta check this. Because I always have to check. Johnny, welcome. Welcome, Johnny. I don't know. I think she left. The email isn't fake. It's just not about Summer. It's about Cotton. Thank you. Thank you. This is the thing. Okay, let's run it down really quickly. Okay, you guys. Fred Hill was given a lie detector test about the passing of Cotton Simpson. If you go back and you listen to the story, Fred talked about following Cotton that day because Cotton had a lot of money on him, and Cotton was concerned, or Fred and whoever he was with were concerned that Cotton would get robbed or something, right? So Fred admittedly says that he was following Cotton. Now, if you go back and you look at the lie detector test, it basically says that it's open to interpretation. Whatever law enforcement agency may look at that, may not, take, may look at it however they need to look at it, right? So, I mean, Fred put himself out there with that. He absolutely did. Another thing I thought was strange was that he was okay with his sister getting that letter that they had sent to, I guess, his home or whatever, and stating that she could put that out on the internet. Okay. Knowing Fred was in jail, I couldn't understand why they just didn't give him a copy of that while he was in jail. But I don't know. I'm not law enforcement. I don't know, May. I don't know. Some people may think that. I don't have a clue. I wasn't there. Following Cotton to protect him I don't know, Karen. I don't know. They're holding something over his head. I don't know, Twister. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to go to 6UP's post. And I don't know. I do not know. Fred, I've never spoke with anyone who I felt was a person of interest in Summer's case. Yes, I know I talked to Jody Sue. Somebody called me out on that before, but Jody tends to talk about the DV between her, hey, Golden Grace, between her and Andy. So a lot of the conversation over here with Jody was more about, no, Kathy, the friend, was Candace's friend. This other Kathy that they're talking about was Ziggy and Fred's friend, that she allowed them to stay at her house, and I I believe they got married in the yard or what, right? Well, that's the bad thing, May, is the fact that some of these people who are not alive anymore, it's very easy to drag their name through the mud. It's very easy to say, oh yeah, Cotton, he come up here and he talked about doing things to Candace and all that other stuff. Okay. He's not here to defend anything that's being said at all. And as far as Cotton and Fred, you guys can have your opinion on that all you want to. Okay. I just know because of what Fred said. So, I don't know. I mean, this is 6F's community page. I'm not sure what this stuff is. Okay, this is from 12 hours ago. I did drop I dropped 6F's link. Okay, I'm not sure what this one is, but I want to hear this one. And Ernie, shame on you, Ernie, for real. Shame on you. You were all up around Candace, hugging and loving on her. You say you got conversations with Dawn and you got conversations with Candace. Put them out. Put them out. Right? It's so awful for Dawn and Candace if they don't actually know what happened to Summer. But how do I say this? They made it horrible. They made it horrible. The things that they did, the things that they do. And, that's the thing that I stated, Chris, was the fact that, especially social media, what they call the Summer Wells community, a lot of things happen because they call it sub-poaching, right? They call it sub-poaching. And it does happen. It definitely happens. A lot of times if, I've had people come over here. I've never called them out on it, but I know what they're doing when they come over here. Somebody will pop up that, it's like, okay, ain't never seen you before. I know what they're doing over here. No, it doesn't happen very often over here. And there's times when I'll go ahead and drop their link. I'm trying to get better at making sure that I drop links and I drop links of people who are up on panel. Now, Ernie, I don't get upset because I didn't let you up on panel. My live would have been totally sidetracked if I would have let you up here trying to defend yourself on not really, not really being a asset to TBI, FBI, and Hawkins County on the Summer Wells case, okay? For real. That is true. I mean, that is true. Okay, so I think this is Ziggy. Let's hold on. Let's see what this is. Oh wait, I got it muted again.
And saying Fred said this, or Fred said this, or Fred is a liar, or Fred has 5 stories, or whatever. If you say these things, back it up with Fred's words.
Are you kidding me? People have spent 4 years backing it up. Backing it up.
Stop just claiming stuff just flippantly about Fred saying things, not put any type of proof behind it. Don't think that you're going to sit there and talk shit about us and then ask us to come up on your panel. Why would we want to come up there after you're sitting there saying like things like Fred has all these different stories? Tell us.
Fred does have all the different stories, and I said this a while back. Ziggy speaking for Fred, in my opinion, has twisted a lot of things. And I'll just leave that at that, because it has twisted a lot of things. Hey, 808, it has twisted a lot of things. We've heard her say things that Fred's had to correct her on. Lower than low to you, Summer. But that's the way it is, Texas lady. That's been going on for a long time. Right? Jack, the thing about it is, right? I don't like this new names thing. Well, they have to keep coming out with different names. Everybody, every name that gets put out, social media, you know, they're sitting in the people's toilet watching what color shit they have when it comes out. Right? Yeah, it can be very confusing. It absolutely can.
The different stories and reference it with his own words, please. If you want what's right for Summer Wells, you would do that.
Okay.
You wouldn't just go and say stuff and say Fred said this and Fred said this. He has so many different stories, you know, this or that. You want to sum us while you're on panel talking crap for us to.
You know, that was the thing too. I've never had a conversation with anybody who I've never had a conversation. Well, I'm not going to say I haven't had a conversation with other creators. They have been very, very few and far between. Yeah. That's what I thought, Mean Beans. That's what I thought. And I agree, Chris. I agree. Ziggy asked Benny why he didn't talk to her before hopping on Ernie's live. Well, the thing about that, Twister, is because at certain points, they all talk to each other. Benny talked to Ziggy. Ziggy talked to Benny. Ziggy spoke with Prayer Garden. Ziggy, you know, they've all communicated with each other. So when she said that, I didn't even, that was just something that she said that she felt that could have happened, right? Well, the thing about Karen, the thing about that is law enforcement is not going to give us a play-by-play on what the tip was that led them to that property or possibly what they found on that property. Right? They're not going to tell us. I don't need for them to tell me. I really don't. I do not need law enforcement owes me nothing in the Summer Wells case. Nothing. I was happy that they showed power, right? Showed power in what they were doing in the Summer Wells case. Whatever the tip was, there were a lot of them that went on that property, right? A lot of them that went on that went on that property. All right. If you're who I think you are, you're not welcome over here. For sure. What is all this? What is this? Yeah, you know what? I kind of do what I want to, and I want to escort you out. Even though you're a member, I apologize, but yeah. Sorry. Sorry. No, I'll take it back. I'll take it back. Be respectful in my chat, though, please. Sick of all the lies that people are saying. I know, Suzanne, but I mean, how do you stop it? How do you stop it? I freaking have came on here and cried before. I was crying earlier. It's so sad. It's so sad. I mean, absolutely freaking sad. I'm not who you think I am. Oh, okay. No, as long as you're respectful. For sure. It is sad, you guys. It is sad. And I'm not going to sit over here and call Ernie a piece of shit. I'm not going to sit over here and you know, blasting for the nonsense. I'm not going to do that. Enough people have already done that. Like I said, you know, I do enjoy talking to Ernie about trafficking and things like that. I always have. There's let me say this. There's creators that people don't like. Okay? They say horrible things and they do horrible things. I do always try to see a little bit of good in everybody. I really do. And now there are some people that, of course, there's no kindness to them whatsoever. None whatsoever. For real. Okay, I need to let me get back over here.
Straighten shit out. You should have done that beforehand. When you say things, reference, if you are claiming stuff, you can reference what you're talking about. Just flippantly saying, basically trying to paint Fred a liar because you just don't like Donna or you don't like somebody, that's completely unfair because
I don't think anybody's calling Fred a liar because they don't like Donna. I'm not crazy about Donna Serafina, but I ain't gonna spend my time. Hold on, you guys. I gotta get my jacket. I got kind of chilled here. I don't know Reverend Donna. I know what she's put out about the Summer Wells case, and you know, I've seen things with my own eyes about some of the stuff she said. This is what I want to say to the psychics. If you're telling these people that you have visions of where Summer is at, go there and find her. There is a, no, not yet, Jack. I think it's coming though, which sucks. Well, Ziggy said a lot of things. I don't wish bad things on Ziggy. I really don't. I mean, she can call me names as she wants to. I don't, I mean, like I said, I don't go to Ziggy's. I think I'm sub to her, but I don't watch her. I just don't listen to it. I really don't. But obviously she doesn't like me for real.
I don't know about you guys. I judge people separately, not based on who. I try not to go by like their association. I don't know why.
That's not true. I am a living example of that. Because of what you called me. I don't get it.
Fred, are you listening? Are you listening to me, or what do you need to clear up about that? That was being said, since there was some kind of miscommunication. We're not going to go over there on a panel that was just disrespecting Fred. Want to use him for information? You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to sit there and say things like Fred's.
That's the whole point of people talking to Fred, is to get information, right? I mean, if you want to talk to Fred for any other reason than to get information, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. I want to know.
Told so many stories, and show us where these different stories that Fred has said. Because when you contribute to the misinformation, when you just flippantly say things because you don't like somebody or you don't like somebody who they're working with, that's very immature. That's definitely not in the best interest of Summer Wells. What was like something was being said about you being home at? Fred said he was home at 4:30.
They trying to say I was home at 4:30 and stuff. That I told Donna I was back at home at 4:30. What I said to Donna that I had left out of Ben Hill. That motorcycle broke down on the side of the road. I took and stopped there to take and help him. He asked if somebody could haul it. And I told him I could haul it. And I went back to the hauler between 4:15 and 4:30.
Okay. All right.
To get the trailer to haul the motorcycle before going back and hauling it. At that time, I didn't see nobody along the road, is what I said.
People were trying to insinuate you must be lying because you must have saw Chad or something. Chad.
Yeah, they were trying to say evidently that I seen Chad, had to meet up with Chad and Candace at my driveway at 4:30. Chad wasn't at my driveway at 4:30 or Candace. It was roughly 5:30.
You guys, it's always been Fred. All you have to remember is, I know it's a lot to remember. It's not really fair to Fred to go on and say such things flippantly and then later go back and correct it. It's just really, really not fair. We've done a lot to try. It's been taking a long time for us to get this straight. I have messed it up so much.
There you go, Benny. There's another time frame for your Benny's doing okay. Benny's got a time sheet of everything that was happening, the conversation between Jody and Andy. He's wanting to add in there the times that Fred said that he was around the holler or whatever. The thing about that is, I mean, I think Six Up and Cursed are two of the people that I know have, called Fred out for his inconsistencies. And yeah, I mean, if you need about a whole book, to put in everything that Fred has put out. I believe when the case is solved, I just have this deep feeling it's going to be someone that has not been looked at. Yeah, I mean, I get it, Jack. I get it. For sure.
Before, and that's where a lot of the misinformation came from when it comes to Fred, is me. It was my fault. You guys, I've talked about this many times, me repeating things wrong. Go by what Fred has said from his own mouth.
And that's what I just said. That is what I said. Ziggy was saying things and not, I have heard Fred have to correct her. Now, I'm sure there's many times, hey, L. Kennedy, I'm sure there's many times that Fred did not correct her, right? And this is what I want people to remember. What stood out to me was the day that Pruitt called Ziggy and Fred over a tip that Ziggy had sent to TBI, stating that Fred had seen oh, wait a minute, I just got thrown off. Yeah, I don't have anything against Gabble, Geeks, and Deets, but I mean, not saying this in a mean way or anything, but I've watched Gabble Geeks a couple times, but Benny can get with those people, right? If he needs to. Yes, thank you, Appy Blue. The blue truck. So Ziggy's on the phone with Detective Pruitt. This tip about the blue truck is supposed to be an important tip, right? That TBI was like, Detective Pruitt, she has called about this blue truck that Fred is talking about. Fred laid in the bed. Fred was laying in that bed. And guess what? He didn't take that phone. He did not take that phone to give Detective Pruitt any information about the truck. He laid in that bed, and I mean, come on, you guys. Come on. Now, the reason people didn't think it was about the blue truck was the fact that she immediately went with Andy was in the holler that day, right? So a lot of people believe that, it's just common sense, common freaking sense.
I want to hear. I think it's just crazy.
And just like they were saying that I was coming in and Andy was going out. No, I was sitting trying to load a vehicle. Andy came into Hollow.
He was trying to load a vehicle. Andy came in the Hollow.
To move the vehicle to let him by. Then he stayed in there a while. Then I had to end up moving the vehicle.
He had to move the vehicle to let, and I can't remember what channel it was. Andy actually talked with Fred. They talked with each other. Okay? And Andy was telling Fred, it couldn't have been that day. You could be talking about the day before, right?
Again, to let him back by with a blue truck on his tail. That was what 347.
You guys remember?
Now he mentioned this truck as being a blue truck, right? I thought that it came out that that vehicle belonged to a young lady who was there from college or something, right? I could be wrong.
That's why he was late to the freaking crush. He couldn't make it to the crusher. Then he ended up going because he had to. If you guys have been out there, the road is very narrow. You can only you can't get two cars together. Fred's trailer that he was loading and stuff, it was in the way.
Because of course.
Where you been, Kels? I ain't seen you forever. What have you been doing, Kels? What? Inquiring minds want to know, lady. I'm just kidding. It's good to see you.
Sitting right on the side of the road, then I had to take them back up to the car. The whole truck was in the road. The trailer's barely halfway out.
So if you just, it's just really disrespectful the way a certain somebody was just trying to portray Fred just because they're confused and don't understand. Just for
What's that song? Confusion sets in. Da 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 da. Oh, I feel it coming back again. Oh, you did, Kels? Fred does have a load of ever-changing stories. Yes. Yes. Is Lisa still in chat? Why is Blame Katie using Lisa's content and covering Summer Wells stuff? There's not a Lisa in my chat. She's blocked over here, Nick. And I don't know anything about Blame Katie. Nope. Don't watch her. Don't know what's going on with her. I'm just being honest. But Lisa's blocked over here. If you're talking about Lisa Gay has something to say, Lisa's been blocked in my chat for a long time. No, wait, she might not be now because I did go through and take some people off of my block list. But no, I don't think Blame Katie has ever liked me. For real. I don't know, Nick. I don't know. Knowing now about the wood business at the address searched, what are urgent thoughts about that dropped wood pile at the wells? Very interesting, Denise. And this is just totally my opinion. Dawn and Candace were asking people for wood. And I think that the people were like, here's some fucking wood. Bring your ass down to the bottom of the driveway and haul it up to your house yourself. That's my opinion on the wood pile. But then again, I don't know. I don't know anything about Blame Katie, Deb. I really fucking don't. Like I said, I don't think she ever liked Remain Calm. And I'm good with that. I don't know her. Don't talk about her, right?
repeating things that are so just irresponsible because you've heard it from haters or you hang out with white boy now. You know what I mean? That's bullshit, dude. There was information that we didn't know.
Why's she bringing up white boy? Inquiring minds want to know. That's weird, right? If they are sifting through the soil they hauled off, it will take a while to see. Yes, you're right, Chris. Definitely. Yeah, I wouldn't have brought it up to their house either. There wasn't nothing wrong with neither one of them. Their asses can haul that wood up from at the end of the driveway. This is my opinion. When Summer went missing, Dawn and Candace both took advantage of very kind people that wanted them, hey, Lady K, that wanted them to get their children back, that wanted to help them to put them in a position that if Summer was found, that she could go back home, that she could have a nice home to go back to, right? A better home than what she was living in before. My opinion, they took total advantage of that. Total advantage of that, right? Yeah, they asked for wood. Well, you know, people were like, what do they need? You know, and Dawn was like, we need wood. And I wouldn't have hauled it up there anyway, because let me tell you something. Dawn was on a live with Molly Golightly. Candace, you know, I don't body shame people, but she's got infection in her mouth from her teeth and shit. And she's like, light a fire, Donnie, I'm cold. And he's like, fuck you. I don't care if you're cold. That's not exactly what he said, but that's just the gist of it, right? That's just the gist of it. There were a lot of people doing things for the Wells, and I mean, a lot of good people. A lot of good people.
That shit was gonna go down like that. For one, it's just the way that happened just seemed. Why are you saying that Fred came in and had to get his trailer because of the motorcycle? What they could do is go pull out the video and reference. We went by it step by step instead of sitting there and then trying to summon us after you just freaking talk so much mad shit. You guys have got to remember the key points, key times. The easy way to remember the crusher or whatever closed at 4. Fred was trying to get there.
Closed at 4. Closed at 4? Wait a minute. Does that make sense to y'all? It closed at 4? Is she misspeaking? I don't freaking know.
By 4, or were they at 4 or something?
4. They quit taking them at 4.
So he saw Andy at around 3:47. So
3:47. No, he talked about the motorcycle before. The crusher was in Kingsport. Da-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na. Weird.
if he had to move his, obviously that means he didn't get out of there till about 4 when he did leave. Then he runs into that guy who had it broken down.
Why would he even? Okay, none of it makes any fucking sense. Jesus, take the wheel.
Sometimes they'll let you take a car. If you make it there, they'll actually take it off your trailer by 4:30. As long as you're there actually by 4:30. If you're any later than 4:30, they don't. They actually close at 5. I'm just aggravated right now. I'm getting quick.
I'm not faulting everybody who was on the panel. I'm just the person that said it. I just thought it was a little bit bullshit. You can tell by what they're saying. I don't know where this all of a sudden this new.
How the fuck can you trick anybody? I mean, come on. But you can call me the trickster. I will take that as a compliment. Yep, monkey jumping on the bed. 2 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. Mama called the doctor and the doctor said, 1 monkey left jumping on the bed. 1 little monkey was jumping on the bed. He fell off and bumped his head. Mama called the doctor and the doctor said, there ain't no more fucking monkeys jumping on the bed. Sorry, I got a little feisty there.
I hear what these 5 stories are and give specifics, because it doesn't just affect Fred. It confuses the public when it comes to Summer Wells. People.
I need to find that song. Oh, I feel it coming back again. No kidding, April. Oh, Lord. How are you back, April? Oh, no, I didn't block you, April. Oh, you just sang it with me? Thanks, Twister.
just wanting to talk shit about Fred because of us working with Donna, and I'm sure like vice versa.
That's not true. I don't find that to be true. That's totally my opinion. I do not find that to be true. I don't think that anybody, I'm not personally, nor have I ever personally attacked Fred. I've never done that, right? That's what you get for jumping on the bed. You're right about that. I mean, for real. Oh, April, April, I've never hated you. I don't hate people. You just get on my freaking nerves sometimes. For real. You are so adamant that everything you know is correct, that even when people try to guide you in the right direction, you want to fight with them. But I'm good. Just be respectful, okay?
Crazy. It's not really fair. Can't we be adults? You don't like Donna or you don't like psychics. I get it. I freaking read tarot. I know a lot of people are against.
It didn't have anything to do with that. What kind of upset me about the Reverend Donna shit was she was like, I believe everything that Fred is saying. I believe him. I believe him. I believe him. And then she was calling Jody out, saying shit about Jody, and it's like, ma'am, how are you okay with someone who was a math manufacturer? Right? Right? Oh, I'm sure you didn't have to tell him that, Lockdown. Right? I'm sure you didn't have to tell him. Let me tell you guys something to let you guys realize that substance ruins life. That substance ruins people's lives. You're not going to tell me that he didn't hesitate to sell it to individuals, possibly who had children. And guess what? You think Fred gave a fuck? Right? He was manufacturing and selling it because him and Laura didn't make enough money on their combined checks. That's what she said. That is what she said. He was selling things and did not give a second thought to if there was a single mother that possibly could be high, hallucinating, or trying to sell their kid for a fucking hit off of the math he was manufacturing. Now, Jesus, take the fucking wheel on this, because he is sober now. He's sober now. So let's just forget about all of that, right? Let's forget about it. Good for you, Fred. I'm glad you're sober. I really am. I will not discredit your sobriety, but it doesn't change that fact. It doesn't change that fact. Oh, sorry. I don't know, Denise. Don't have a clue.
That and have their beliefs, but we can separate. There's something called compartmentalize.
It's almost like
Put your opinion, April, because I don't know if he's sober now or not. I don't live with him. I don't know. So please, if you're going to say something like that, put it your opinion. I bet you did. I bet you had really high hopes for them. right? I bet you did. I bet, April, not being mean, but I really bet that they really care what April thinks about them. Right? But that's good. I'm glad you had high hopes for him.
Beanie just took over.
Ernie acted like he wanted Fred to be there to clear that part up. At the same time, Ernie has Benny Key show up and certain.
You know what, Ziggy? I don't even want to hear that shit. You're the one who sent that information to Ernie. And then you were trying to say that, no, Fred was only talking about the one Cody guy. And Ernie showed where, Fred was actually talking about both, right? Well, then leave, April. Leave. I am not an ant, and they ain't rubber tree plants. So I didn't have high hopes for them. That stuff definitely doesn't have a side effect of clarity of facts while using it. That's my thing. I don't understand. I mean, Fred and his sobriety, I get that, right? I completely get that. But and I hope the best for him. I really do. But he's got to answer to Jesus, right? He's got to answer to Jesus over that shit. So, you know, I don't see how people are not remembering that fact. Remembering that. I mean, them people talking about seeing shadow people and shit. I mean, for real. For real. Shadow people in the trees. That's fucking scary. Now, look, nobody needs to go out there and say Remain Calm said that he was selling to people, you know, with the possibility that they were like, give me a hit. I'll give you my daughter for 5 fucking minutes, okay? Because that's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that shit happens, people. That happens. And it's disgusting. If people would go back and research that substance, guess what happened? When that substance took off in America, guess what it did? CPS was overwhelmed with the children that they had to remove from those homes. People have children in their homes that smoke it, use it, however they do it. And let me say this, check into it. If a landlord has a home that they rented to someone who was making that substance, they have to go through that whole house. That whole house. It's a hazard. It's a hazard. Even though the people's moved out, it's a hazard. Okay, there is a case. I don't remember the name. The mother owed this guy a couple $100. She gave this man her daughter. This man took that child and unalived her. Right? Nobody is going to sit and tell me that anyone who manufactures that shit gives a fuck who they sell it to. Why would they care? It's all about the money. Traffickers make billions of dollars off of kids. No, she passed away, Jack. Sorry. Pete. We had Petunia and Pothead Pete. Pete died from an overdose. And Petunia, she just, she kind of deflated and we laid her to rest. For real. Hey, Tropicana. That crap has torn my son's life and his 2 children, also our whole family. We have all tried to help him. The dealer doesn't love him. His family does. This shit is evil, a demon. Wow. I'm sorry to hear that, Tropicana, but you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Nobody's going to sit and tell me that when he was handing over that substance to somebody that he gave a shit if mom or dad or whatever, right? Whatever.
And other people to sit there and be there in line to try to trick Fred to get up on panel. When I finally do get up on panel, when Benny convinces me to come up on panel, fine. I was definitely not good there for about 10, 15 minutes. It was very bad.
Oh, shit.
Was highly upset. I don't take this shit as a game, guys. Do not bring us in your games, please.
This gets me. This gets me. Like I said, I've never had a conversation with Ziggy. Never, ever talked to her, ever. I wasn't playing a game. I've never, ever tried to play any game when it came to this case. At all. I don't have any reason to. None whatsoever. Yeah, well, they were. They asked for wood. People were coming to their home and doing work inside the home with the hopes that they would get the kids back. And guess what? They didn't. They didn't get the kids back. They willingly signed off on their children and then blamed the state. It was the state's fault. The state's fault. They stole their children. That's what Don said anyway.
Why? He could come right here, Cat, in the chat. You can ask right here in my comments.
And that's what was funny because I don't go up on Ernie's panel. Now, he did ask me to come up and, we were talking about Andy for a minute or what the fuck ever, a couple other little things or whatever. But why? I mean, I don't know what Ernie and Benny's intentions were, but I had not a clue what was fucking going on. If they were playing a game, I didn't know it. I did not know it. I really didn't.
He answers questions. No, he doesn't have to go over on other people's panels to answer your guys' questions. He can do it right here. He doesn't need to be a panel like your show pony. No. You guys have every opportunity to ask Fred questions all the time.
And I didn't even talk because Ernie dropped me down quick.
I was actually live right before Ernie's live. Freddie was in here answering questions then. Ask questions then. They just want the views. There's nothing to clear up, Cat, in the chat. You know what that was. They could come here. They could message. Ernie.
Well, that is true. I mean, I ain't going to say that something wasn't done for the views. I don't fucking know. What I do see that happens is a lot of people will start a live, right? What's it called? There's a name for it. What's it called, Flies? When somebody starts a live, they get all the people in there, and then they'll be like, hey, we're going over here. Let's all go watch, let's go to so-and-so's channel. They're going to go live. And then it just kind of goes down the line. Yes, Ernie was texting Fred. You're right, Kels. You're right. Ernie was texting Fred. Now, this is the thing. I hadn't even watched what the rotation. Thank you. I hadn't even watched what transpired before I grabbed the link. And I didn't hang around to see what happened afterwards. Okay. I mean, for real.
Messages, Fred. All the time. He's right here. Have questions? Ask us questions that you need cleared up. Pretty much, RJ. It is okay.
Yeah, I mean, Ernie, if you were texting Fred, why didn't you why didn't you? Well, this is the thing. If that text was correct, Fred sent Ernie a picture of a dog and was saying that the dog belonged to a couple of different people. And the dog was actually a dog that the picture was found somewhere on Google, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
She runs Fred, guys. She tells him when to speak. No, he's just fucking pissed off about what just happened.
Well, I'm sure he was pissed off at what happened. You were fucking screaming like a banshee. I mean, you could have dropped off of that panel anytime, Ziggy. You could have left that panel anytime. It's called, I'm not playing your bullshit games. I'm going to my channel. I'm going to fire up a live and I'll talk about it over here. But you did that, right? Didn't you go over to your channel and you know, and talk about it? So I don't know.
Gamer girl. He's pretty fucking pissed. He just gets quiet. I'm totally opposite. I run Fred. You guys are so pathetic. He has said everything that needs to be said. You guys can ask him every day. No, everybody knows that Goodreads, well, not everybody. Most people who are doing this shit, they already know. They're just trying to cause drama for views. If you have questions, you can ask me here. You don't have to fucking go create a panel so you can get a bunch of drama and get everybody lined up.
I get feisty sometimes. I can get dramatic, but I've never cared for getting involved with any of the drama concerning Summer. And I can say this right now. We will be kind of stepping back a little bit on the talking about Summer's case. I will update any law enforcement statements. I will do that. We will maybe talk occasionally about it. But let me say this: when this shit's going on, I'm not gonna put Summer Wells in my title, because this shit has nothing to do with Summer. It really doesn't. I know I was there. I was there.
To try to trick us to get Fred on your panel when you message him privately. If you could ask him, he'll message you. If you want something for your channel, he'll message you in voice chat. He doesn't have to go up on your fucking panel. No, we don't. He's not a YouTuber, cat in the chat. Fred never has asked to be. He's never asked to be a YouTuber.
I've never asked Fred to come over here and have a conversation with me. Didn't I? Was Fred over here one time and I escorted him out of my chat? I can't remember what happened. Something happened and I'm not even sure I knew it was him, but I can't remember what happened. I can't. But yeah, I have no desire to talk to Fred Hill. And, you know, I think if Ziggy would have heard me out when she was calling me a psycho bitch, you know, I wasn't going up there to demean her or call out their contradictions or anything like that. If I get the opportunity to speak with someone, I'm not up there to play games and ask stupid fucking questions.
It was my channel. This is the Ziggy channel. He's never had a YouTube channel where he's put out videos not one time. He does not have a YouTube. He does not make money on here. He does not no, he's tried to help.
Okay, I'm over that. Wow. Wowsy wow. The only way that Summer is lost in this shit is if you allow her to be lost in it. I refuse to let that baby girl be lost to this shit. So I mean, you know, they name dropped Dawn. Dawn was trying to call Fred. Well, I'm sure he was. They were looking on a relative of Fred's fucking property. From the get-go, Dawn has always talked about Fred, right? Asking Fred what happened, wanting to give him substances to see if he would talk and tell them anything about Summer. That's been out there forever. Ziggy allegedly met Fred through the Summer Wells case. They fell in love when Fred was in jail, and they got married. So, I mean, I know a lot of people's got opinions about that. I don't have any opinions about it. I could care less. I mean, to each their own, right? I'm not gonna wish harm on their marriage. I think that just from what we have seen, kind of like Dawn and Candace, it seems like their life revolves around Summer's case. That's what I see, but I don't live with them, so I could care less. For sure. But, you know, she wants to say Fred's a great guy. Now the email, shit, I just dropped that. Fuck. The email. Flies, did you have the email? Did you post the email? Let me see. The email itself. I don't think you did, right? Okay, here it is. Yeah, you do have it, right? Is that it? Okay, this is it. Flies has got it. Hold on. Hold on. I think this is it. Okay, here it is. Here we go. Yeah, it's right here. I meant on your channel, not personally. Okay, so this is an email that was supposed to have been sent. I agree. They really messed with the wrong people. Never send your views on a drug-fueled psychosis road and expect money after. They do, though. I mean, the video has context. It was about Cotton, not Summer. And I think people mistook that. But Six Up and them came out and said that it had to do with cotton. It had to do with cotton. Okay, Hawkins County to me. Why does that say to me? I'm not real computer savvy, but okay, she probably sent it over is what she did. Below is the last email you sent to Sheriff Lawson. I'm Detective Pruitt, and the sheriff asked me to follow up with you concerning Fred Hill. Mr. Hill has been has been investigated extensively, and with the timeline that has been pieced together of his activities during the time period in question, he's been ruled out as a person of interest. This includes any videos and or recordings that he makes or has made. We greatly appreciate your interest in the case and the time that you are investing in it. But Fred Hill isn't who or where you should devote your time to. That says so much. That says so much, right? What does that tell you guys? Fred Hill isn't who or where you should devote your time to. That's his own sister, right? Well, that's what I want to know too, Twister. If this is stating that Fred is not a person of interest in the Summer Wells case, why haven't they gave it to Fred? Why wouldn't they have given it to Fred by now? This is a law enforcement official. This is a detective saying he isn't who or where you should devote your time to. Right? Yep. Yes, I mean, that's a good thought about that, Flies. Do you all really think that law enforcement put Fred in a vehicle to take them around the holler to all the trap houses, to wells that they possibly didn't know about, all of this stuff? Do people really believe that? Hey, if you believe it, I am not here to say anything to you. I'm not. I am not the YouTube Fred Hill Holler Police. I'm not. I just want people to use common sense. Please. Please, please, you guys use common sense. And if someone says something, really listen to what they're saying. Really listen to what they're saying. I mean, for real. For real. I am not, and look, the last time that I was like, Ernie, do your own research, people were like, you don't care about Summer, you're not joining the club to investigate. No, I'm not. I am not joining anybody's investigative team. If they have questions, I don't mind answering them, but I will not be going on anybody's panel anymore, for the pure fact that it turns into drama. It turns into drama. It absolutely does. And, you know, the little fires that have gotten started after all these years. I'm not going to be one of those person who, you know, lights the flame to start one of those little fires. I'm not going to get caught up in that at all. At all. I don't even, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. For real. And that's unfortunate. But like I said, I enjoy talking to Ernie. I do. And I didn't let Ernie come up only because I knew I'd get sidetracked. And, you know, that's the only reason, Ernie. So, and I've always said this, I'm not going to tell someone not to talk about Summer's case because who am I? I mean, hell, her mom and daddy ain't even saying anything right now. That says a lot, right? Obviously, Don has taken this tip and he's like, WTF? We're not making a game out of this. We're not going to come out and argue with people. We're not going to turn this tip into a shit show. But I can see if he really did try to call Fred, I'm sure Don was fucking like, you know, what the fuck? Tell me about your uncle or whoever he was, right? Oh, I believe I believe she got the email. And I mean, obviously, they didn't know that they had to have known that was Fred's sister, right? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. For real. And like I said, I don't care who's covering Summer's case. Play the video. Okay, Flies, hold on. Hold on, babe. Hold on, baby girl. Okay, hold on. Flies on the coastline. Flies on the coastline. Flies on the coastline. Why are you not freaking coming up? Hang on. Hold on. I just had you up here. I just had you up here, lady. Lord have mercy. Okay. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Where'd it go? Am I mixed up here? I just had it, Flies. Where'd it go? Okay, here it is. I found it again. Hold on. Hold on. It took me a minute. It took me a minute to find it again. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't believe Fred. But, you know, there's truth mixed into everything, for real. A lot of truth. I mean, I wasn't there that day. I wasn't there that day. I really wasn't.
to be that person, guys, that can go live and just review content and act like I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to read you this email. And I want to reiterate to everybody, including you, Ziggy and Fred, that this was very calculated. The fact that Detective Pruitt emailed this to Karen while he was searching for this baby. Listen, everybody,
Two,
turn your volume
Vanita.
levels way the fuck up.
Two, I think.
Below is the last email you sent to Sheriff Lawson. I do want to say that she did send him an email prior to this with a link and a timestamp concerning Cotton Simpson. Okay, let me go on. You sent to Sheriff Lawson. I'm Detective Pruitt, and the sheriff asked me to follow up concerning Fred Hill. Mr. Hill has been investigated extensively, and with a timeline that has been pieced together of his activities during the time period in question, he has been ruled out as a person of interest. This includes
Thank you,
any
Poppy.
videos and or recordings that he makes or has made. We greatly appreciate your interest in this case and the time that you're investing in it, but Fred Hill isn't who or where you should devote your time to. Thank you,
That says a
Detective
lot.
Pruitt.
That
Fred
says a
Jr.
lot.
Hill, you are cleared. Now shut the fuck up. I mean it, Ziggy. You motherfuckers better not come on here and ever again say her fucking name, Ziggy. Don't you ever fucking do it again. He never fucking worked with law enforcement. He
Thank
never
you.
was he was a suspect. He
Tell
was
her.
investigated extensively.
Tell her, girl.
And they pieced the timeline together.
For
And
Cotton.
he didn't do it. You're welcome.
That had to do with Cotton. It was for Cotton. I didn't play the very beginning where she says it's for Cotton. Here, I'll play it. Let me find it here. Hold on. She
To
says
be that
it's
person, guys, that can go live and just review content and act like I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to read you this email. And I want to reiterate to everybody, including you, Ziggy and Fred, that this was very calculated. The fact
okay. Somewhere there's it specifically says it's about Cotton. Right? Yeah, it was about Cotton. It wasn't about Summer. It wasn't about Summer. Where is the face on that message from the county? I don't know anything about it. Oh, I did play it. Thank you, Flies. Well, I'm done playing it. I played the whole thing. It is sad. I mean, it's not, look, for me, it's not who talks about Summer. It's playing a game and playing a game, right? It's not a game. Summer's not a game. She's really not. And I really prefer not to get caught up in all that shit. For sure. For sure. I mean, my people over here, we have conversations. I don't specifically put out a narrative because we don't know what happened to Summer, right? Yes, it is implying Fred does not tell the truth. He never worked with law enforcement. And that gets me too, Fred. You say law enforcement wanted you to record Don Wells. Wanted you to record Jody, Andy, and their child. You didn't hesitate to say, and her daughter. Why? Why, Fred? What does that make you guys think? What does that make you think? I mean, like I said, I ain't saying Fred is guilty of anything, but do not ever think that perpetrators do not try to insert themselves or become buddies with the family of victims, because guess what happens then? Guess what happens? The family is going to talk to these perpetrators, let them know what law enforcement is saying, what's happening in an investigation, etc., etc., etc. Right? Yeah, what? Well, I think the not telling the truth and playing the games is, I think that keeps their, they have to make a paycheck. They have to make a paycheck, right? And a lot of us just feel like that, I think that, I truly think that, they could have done it a different way. They, you know, they could have helped. They could have really helped, and that's just not what I seen happening. And if she doesn't like me over that, I really don't care. I really don't care. I mean, it's very sad. We know exactly what, what's going on. A lot of not really nice people here on YouTube, for sure. But that does happen. But look, nobody needs to say I'm running around saying Fred's guilty of anything. I think Detective Pruitt has spoke the truth the last couple times anybody has said that, why are you listening to Fred, right? Why are you listening to Fred? And to be honest with you, the only time that I've ever really listened is because of clips and stuff from other people. Because of clips and stuff from other people. I personally, like I said, I don't watch Ziggy. I haven't watched Ziggy in quite a long, long, long time, for sure. And so I don't know. Well, that's what we say. Why would you do that talking about a little girl? I agree, Denise. I absolutely agree. I mean, do all the fuck shit y'all want, but why are you doing it in the name of summer? Why didn't Fred's sister send the email to him instead of making it look like it was about summer? She didn't. That is, I don't think, Sue, I don't think that's what transpired, because it was stated when the email was put out that it was about cotton. It was about cotton. Other people did not hear Cotton's name, and they immediately said it was about Summer. Ziggy's got her following, right? Ziggy's got her following that absolutely, are adamant that, hey, Mary, love the name. Love the name. I do. And I love you. Love the name and I love you. Hashtag I love Mary. I love Mary. Girl, I know who you are. I know who you are, lady. Ziggy's the one that, yes, thank you. Not Six Up or Fred's sister. Ziggy made it look that way. Ziggy made it look that way. And look, Ziggy's going to fight for her man. We've seen it since the beginning, right? I know it's you, Mustang Granny. That's why I said hashtag love Mary. Mustang Granny. I knew it was you, lady. And I'm glad to see you. I am. If the goal was for Ziggy to shut up, it will do the opposite because now Ziggy's gonna, Ziggy's gonna do Ziggy. For sure. Absolutely. Ziggy will always find a way to spend anything to suit her, Fred, because that's her livelihood. It is. That's how, that's just speaking fact. That is just speaking fact. Ziggy has, that's how they've made their money, and, her and the tarot card reading stuff. One thing that I think people forget, Ziggy has never claimed that she's not about drama. She's never claimed that, she's not about drama. If she has, it's because I've never heard her, but I really don't care, right? I don't care. All right, give me 1 second, then I'm going to drop the link. Anybody who wants to come up, they can do so. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to drop the link. Ernie, he's probably not around anymore because I didn't drop him the link earlier. This is all I want to say. I don't need you to come up here and try to convince me that the reason law enforcement isn't saying that you're working with them is because you're deep undercover, okay? I don't need to hear it. I don't need to hear that. She's very adamant. She has quadrupled down on the fact that she says Andy was on the road that day. She says it. Also, I did hear Andy say that Candace told him Summer was missing when he was coming into the holler. Candace says no, she did not tell him that. That she didn't see Andy until later that evening, and he come up on the hill to tell them that he was helping. He was helping search or some crap like that, right? So this is my point, and I'll say this over and over and over again. Why are all of them, bullshitting, right? Why are they all bullshitting? But then again, right? That's up to people to believe them or not. That's up to each individual person on who they believe, what happened that day. because we don't know what happened that day. Thank you, Poppy. We don't know what happened that day at all. At all. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to drop Ernie's link. Because he's been, you know, Ernie's been really dropping my link and pushing my channel. And I do appreciate that very much. He's live right now. I've never seen somebody go live so much. Ernie goes live a lot. And, you know, I think they're talking about that PI, that Jensen guy. And to be honest with you guys, I never really paid that much attention to that guy. Wait, what is his name? Oh, Unlock Your Reality. All right, Ernie, I dropped your link. But that PI guy, he's from Utah, right? And somebody just happened to talk to the guy about a couple of brothers, and I mean that is weird in itself, but I'm not going to discredit the guy. I mean, hell, if he's a private investigator, I guess he's got more knowledge than I do about shit, right? Like Chris McDonough. I'm not going to come out and call Chris McDonough an idiot. He's got more time than I do with investigating cases. And people bring up the same thing about Chris McDonough, right? I doubt it. Why would that upset him? Why would that upset him? This is the problem, right? I could be like, this is how I feel. This is how I feel about Fred. I could be like, Fred, da 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 da. When you don't have a personal relationship, when you don't know people off of social media, right? Why would you give a fuck what anybody thinks? Fred and Ziggy have both been hit pretty hard since the first day they met. They played a game with some bones, blah, 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 you know. How do you know, Cindy, that the cemetery hasn't been searched? How do you know that? How do you know that the cemetery has not been searched? And what specific cemetery are you talking about? There's a few different cemeteries. What is it, Flies? There's two. What is it? Is there two light cemeteries? Two different ones? That's the light cemeteries, right? She may be gone. She may be gone. I don't know. There's more than one. More than one. But to each their own. Like I said, you know, I don't care how these people, I don't care how these people make their money. I mean, it's not easy being a YouTube creator, you guys. It's really not. Then call them and ask them, Cindy. obviously they don't believe that there's anything to look at. But maybe you should call them and ask them. That would be a legitimate question to ask them. I'll give you that, Cindy. Call them and ask them, and right? That would be a legitimate question. But expect for them to ask you why you believe that it's a possibility that she could be in Morrison Cemetery. They're going to ask you that. And I'll give you a little bit of advice. I wouldn't mention YouTube or a YouTube creator that may have, you know, kind of made you think that. That's just a little advice from Remain Calm. I'm just saying. I mean, these people will call and they'll be like, I'm a YouTuber. Yeah, this was said. Oh, wait, it was said on this other channel. They'll give the name of the other channel. You should watch them. You should watch it. You know, it's like, come on. Come on. For real. I'll call them out. Hawkins County, TBI, FBI. Watch my channel. Please. Please sub to me. Please. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. So basically, let me add this in here. Ernie, shame on you. Shame on you. The only reason you came over here, you were trying to pimp yourself out. Scott H., what is up with you? I'm dropping the link. You better take it, mister. You better take it. I like Scott H. I have always liked you, Scott. I have. Sweet Millie. Come on. You should have put laughing emojis after that, girl. The cemetery's full of dead people. Why take a cadaver dog to a freaking cemetery where everybody's dead? I mean, Lord have mercy. Where's the laughing emojis on that? Jesus, take the wheel on that. Holy moly. Holy moly. Come on, Scott. Come on up here. You know I got some questions only you can answer. Not because of anything. I just know you're from the area. Get your ass up here, Scott. For real. They can't use penetrating radar. Well, everybody's gone. I mean, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a joke out of that, but that was kind of funny. For real. For real, for real. All right, Scott. I know that you got to get over to Ernie's. Ernie, you came over here to pimp yourself out. You were going to come up on my panel. You were going to say something about the private investigator. And then you were like, and I'm going to go live and talk about it. Don't even think that you're fooling me, mister. Don't do it, Ernie. I did drop your link, though, Ernie. He's probably pissed. He's probably like, that bitch. That bitch. Hey, Scott, how are you? Can you hear me?
Hey there.
Hi, how have you been?
Oh, not too bad. How you been doing?
I am fantabulous as usual.
Good.
So what do you think? What do you think with everything going on?
Well, uh, I guess the first thing when I heard about the tip, after WJHL put it out on the news that FBI, TBI, and Hawkins County had been out there, that it was actually verified that the law had been out.
Quite a lot of law enforcement
Well,
officials.
that's what I was going to say. Just from being, watching true crime shows, and I mean, it doesn't necessarily, I'm not talking necessarily about, YouTube true crime shows, but you see all the cop shows, the body cam shows, and even stuff, you know, any basic thing on mainstream media or whatever.
Right.
When, of course, I wasn't there. I'm just going by what was posted on social media, but apparently the locals were saying there were like 15 cars. Well,
Yeah, they were saying there was a
anytime
shitload of
15
cars.
cars go out, they're going out for a reason. If it was the way I see it, if they were just going to go out and ask questions, they would have sent a couple of detectives out.
Right.
From either agency, whether it be Detective Pruitt from Hawes County or, from TBI or FBI, they would have sent a couple of detectives, asked their questions, and,
And then
went on the
acted
way,
accordingly, yeah.
acted accordingly, right. But
Mhm.
when you show up, with 15 cars deep,
They're looking for
it's
something specific.
right. Well, which brought up my next question to myself was, I never saw any locals mention, did they ever see a white tent? Because, let's say, and we're all adults here. I think we can handle it. It's awful to talk about, but anytime there's an exhumation,
Yeah, they're
normally
looking for remains, yeah.
they put a tent over it, to protect the crime scene in case, weather comes in or whatever, the detectives or the medical examiners or whatever can continue working. And, it's kind of a sign to show everybody, where the location is and, stay back and, don't get near this place. And,
Right.
if there was a tent out there, apparently there wasn't. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I wasn't there, but I haven't seen anything on social media. Again, if you look at Michael Monkey Vaughn's case,
Yep, they took
yeah, it's very possible that this could be something similar. I'm not
well, this
saying
is
that.
okay, this is what I want to say about the dump trucks and stuff. I don't think that's been actually verified receipt wise, but
Right. Yeah.
I
agree. I agree.
I think that I would think that whatever investigation, if they were going to be looking through any type of dirt or anything, that they would not remove it from the property. I would think that they would stay there as long as it took and dug everything up while being on the property. I just don't see them moving a shitload of dirt to go through it, because whatever they find, if they found anything, I would think they would want to find it on the property, not
Right.
off of the property.
Right.
I mean,
And
that's
that's
just my
that
opinion.
again, that brings up another question that I had is I never heard anything, we have 15 cars, 3 different agencies on the 13th. Did we have a single car back there on the 14th for any follow-up questions? I mean,
I
you
Were
got
they,
3
how
different
long were they
agencies out
there?
there, asking all kinds of questions, hopefully getting all kinds of responses from, whatever the questions the
Right,
people were asked.
right.
Did they go back and or have they went back and we just don't know? Has it been the case that now maybe somebody, an undercover car went out there with a couple of detectives to do,
Right,
follow up questions, and
right.
all, the police are going to keep all that, you know, uh,
Well, my thing is, did they spend like 3 days out there? That just wasn't a 1 day thing, was it? Didn't they spend a couple days or something out there?
oh, now that I don't know. I don't know. That would be news to me. If
Yeah.
that's the case, then yeah, that's definitely more interesting for sure. All I'd heard is they were just out there on the 13th. Uh,
Well, I mean, that would mean that whatever they thought was out there, very quickly, either they found something. If they found something, I would think they would have been out there for a long time.
right. Yeah. They either found something or they didn't. Yeah.
Right,
Right.
right. And of course, it is interesting, Scott, that it just happened to be a relative of Fred's. I mean, what are the odds of that? What are the
Well,
odds of that?
that doesn't really surprise me because a lot of people down there are related.
Right,
There's just 4, 5, 6, main families, that settled in that area, and
right.
you know,
Well,
uh,
people need to realize too that, everybody's looking at Fred, okay, that was his uncle or whatever. But we've heard Don Wells say before that he, was going to set Fred up or whatever. How do we know that this wasn't a tip to kind of, instigate that? The possibility of Fred doing something because that's his family's property. That's a possibility too. I hate to say it because I know everybody, wants to get on the Fred hate train or whatever. But
right,
I mean,
right,
we've heard it come out of Don's own mouth about, you know, getting substances or trying to set Fred up or whatever. He absolutely admitted to it. Now, whether he was bullshitting or not, who knows? But
right.
he did say that. So you got to kind of put that factor in there too. You really do. So, but then of course, Scott. Then it's there's a pig farm out there and a butcher shop and
Right,
all that stuff starts coming out and
right.
that just kind of plays into
Imaginations run wild.
yeah, a couple people's narrative that they ran a long while back and so that kind of, I mean, those things just kind of fell into a couple's creators laps and I can guarantee you that was jumped on just for narrative purposes, but it's all just, they had to have definitely had a tip that they found it important enough to go in there and obviously when they did, they wanted to take enough manpower with them and check it out however they checked it out, because we don't know why they went there and we don't know what they found while they were there.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I don't know if this is just the way I feel. If they're digging dirt or anything else, and sifting through a lot of, dirt and things like that, I would think that it would be a very extensive search that would last more than a couple days.
Right.
So, I don't know if they went there knowing exactly what location on the property they were looking at. We just don't know any of that stuff. Right?
And we may not ever know it,
Mm-mm.
We may not
No,
ever
I
know.
mean, we've seen it this whole time, Scott, where people's names have been mentioned and it hasn't been hesitated with some people, not even knowing the individuals, especially in Summer's case. Many lives were ruined without a care in the world that these people didn't have anything to do with Summer. They were being put under a microscope and, many of individuals' lives were just ruined because of it.
Right.
And that was sad to me because a lot of people, have said there's good people that live in Beech Creek. There's good people that live in the area. And, because of the bad apples, they were immediately, looked at and, name dropped
Right.
and even though a lot of people that's been talked about in the area or associated with the wells or whatever, a lot of them are substance addicts and different things like that. So there are bad apples too, but there's some cases. I remember a case. I can't remember the exact case off the top of my head. There was the girl from, I believe she was from, I want to say Afghanistan or something, that was unalived on that the little commuter train or something. And she had worked at a pizza place and they had mentioned the pizza place and said a couple things. And it really started affecting this person's business. And Ukraine, thank you, Cotton Candy. And even though they were not guilty of anything, the girl had just worked there, it really hurt their business. And so now, with the gentleman who lives at that property, it's been said he's a logger. He's, got a pig farm. He owns a butcher shop. And I can't imagine what his business is going to end up, being if the man didn't have anything to do with it. If he didn't have anything to do with it, because we don't know. I mean,
Right.
we don't know. But I thought it was very interesting that Pruitt reiterated again not to believe Fred. Stop
Yes.
believing Fred.
Yes. Yeah. I don't see how. Well, this is YouTube, so I do see how people could misconstrue what was said or what has been said multiple times, so.
Well, I think that, this is just what I see in my opinion.
Here's what I can gather, and this is kind of where I'm at. And, I have my theory on, what happened or what possibly could have happened with Summer. But my understanding is this, and this is from law enforcement. From Detective Pruitt, when Andy Bernard called him, he said he wouldn't believe much of what came out of Fred Hill's mouth.
Exactly.
He also said that Andy Bernard's name has not came across his desk.
Right.
He has also said, according to that email last night, again, like you said, reiterating, any videos that he has done or will do, he's not the place to go to.
Right.
There's
Right.
been a couple of other recordings of Ronnie Lawson talking with Karen about Fred, basically saying he's not real bright.
Right.
Right. He says something, I hate to say it because it's your brother, but this is where it's at. And Jody Sue Brown is unfounded.
Yeah,
So
absolutely unfounded. I mean,
so that's kind of where we're at. Law enforcement has no interest whatsoever in Fred Hill, Andy Bernard, or Jody Sue Brown.
right. Right.
The
What did
only ones, now I want to say this, and I'm not defending anybody. I'm just seeing what everybody else on YouTube sees. There are two that basically every day have live streams when they are totally irrelevant or unfounded. Andy Bernard has not done that. Has he been on YouTube a couple of times? Yeah. After getting drugged through the mud for years by Jody Sue and all the horrendous things that she said, and tries to walk back, I would probably, come out and say some stuff too, especially if TBI had been to my work and had pretty much, from what we can gather, solidified that I had an alibi.
Yep. Exactly.
So, I don't know Andy from a can of paint. I don't know Fred from a can of paint. I don't know none of them, But like I said, from anybody that watches YouTube, in regarding Summer, you can kind of see the ones that are, always sticking their nose in it and
Right.
stirring shit up, and stories changing, say one thing one time and one thing another, and then say something and realize that wasn't really a good look, and then you try to walk it back. And I mean, we've all seen it. There's
They've all done it.
Galore out there.
Yeah, they've all done it. I mean, Dawn and Candace done it. Dawn really more than Candace, and they all have. They've all come out and said a lot of different things, and it's just, do you really look at that as them being guilty of doing something to Summer? I've never seen it that way. I don't know. I really, truly don't know why Fred and Ziggy are so adamant about Andy that day. Now, Pruitt said he was there prior. That could mean a lot of different things, but prior means not at the time that they feel like, something happened to Summer or whatever. I mean, that kind of speaks for itself, because there were more than TBI that went to that job, Andy's job, and was told, yes, he was at work.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, those employers don't even need to speak to anybody, because TBI had already been there. They had already been there. So
the way I always saw the Andy prior to situation was, Andy was on the road prior to Summer going missing, because he went to work that morning. And once he arrived at work, he was on camera, which, like you just said, TBI would have verified, and has
Right.
already known that since
Right.
probably June 16th.
Another thing about
2021.
Andy that I always gave him kudos for, Andy didn't bullshit. He told people, yeah, I came out, I needed the money. He said that. It
Right?
is
Yeah,
out there,
he did.
Andy
Yeah.
saying that he needed the money. I don't know if you ever heard this, Scott, but Jody was on my panel. Marlena come up and her and Jody were like, rah, rah, rah. And Marlena mentions getting a lie that they gave her a lie detector test. Marlena said that. Right here on
Marlena
this
said
panel.
that they gave her,
Marlene-
Marlena, a lie detector test?
Yes, that is what she said.
Oh, wow.
Yep, she did. And me and Jody were both like, what? And Jody was like, I've never even been asked to take one. Now, this is what I had to remember. At that time, they were playing a little game because Marlena was going to start her own channel. So, you know, you kind of look at that and you're like, okay, you look at Marlena's situation, and I'm sure she did need money. And so was that just being said to kind of, you know, if she started a channel, get people over there to hang out and,
Right.
you know, so you have to look at it like that too.
Right.
You know, but yeah, that's what she said. That is what she said. So it's all just sad, Scott. It is sad.
Yeah, it
I
really,
mean,
really is.
the people who've just come out and you know, they just lied and they changed the story. You know, they try to just push a narrative that, you know, to them, people need to follow their narrative and what they believe in or whatever. And that right there isn't it isn't going to get Summer found. We've been doing this for all these years. Nothing anybody has said has come close to finding Summer. It just hasn't. And, you know, I tried so hard to put out the correct information, law enforcement information, a lot of the first interviews and different things like that, because I think a lot of them's important. But what I think people forget at this time, also, a lot of individuals were in addiction. And I'm not saying anything bad about people with addiction problems or getting sober or whatever, good for them. But I'm just saying when you're communicating with somebody who's in the throes of addiction, and you know, I'm talking about alcohol or whatever, it's the information is going to be skewed a little bit, you know. So you really have to remember that when you're opening yourself up to, you know, communicating with some of these people too. So I mean,
And law enforcement, well, especially Hawkins County, they know that. And I said that way back in the very beginning, when I first started on YouTube with Penny back then. Hawkins County Sheriff Department knew exactly what they were going into when they started investigating this.
oh, I can imagine.
And that is, you know, a lot of people are related to each other. So a lot of people are going to cover for each other.
Exactly.
A lot of people are into some illegal stuff of their own, so they're going to try to deflect or project however they can to get the eyes off of them due to their activities.
Right.
Even though it may not be related to Summer, you know, they're still doing some illegal things.
Right.
And then I definitely know for sure from working with hundreds of them, the addiction side of things. You know, they people will lie, cheat, and steal. They'll sell their own mother's soul. I mean, steal the checkbook out of their granny's pocketbook. You know,
Right.
So, and Hawkins County knew that going in. You know, it's not like June 15th, 2021 was the first time that Hawkins County Sheriff's Office had ever been to Ben Hill Road or Beach Creek Road.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I think where Sheriff Lawson kind of got I don't want to say a bad deal but because of his son, I think people discredited him as a sheriff who had been a sheriff many years. If people do not think that he doesn't know great grandmas on down the line in these families. I mean, but of course, when that came out about his son, people discredited, and when he wasn't coming out saying any tips or things that they had, when he wasn't communicating with everybody, then he's a fucked up sheriff, right? And I personally don't see it that way. I do think that you know, one of the things that Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, TBI, and FBI, they all want Summer found. And just because they're not giving us that information doesn't mean that they're not diligently every day getting a tip that they're looking at or anything like that. And
right.
You know.
Well, again, going back to Monkey's case, you know, we have since found out since early in July. It was July when he almost said June. I had to think there for a second. It was July, about a month after Summer went missing. They had Stacy and Sarah Wandra and Adrian and Brandon on their. They had their eye on them from the very beginning.
Absolutely.
But none of us knew any of that. You know, they just had to wait, and you know, it's a painful process. I can't imagine, you know, what Brandon
it is. And let me tell you, Scott, that's the most, and I've said this before, this always stood out to me when Brandy begged Stacy Wandra to just tell her where Michael was. And this is the sad part. Him saying, I don't know, could possibly be the truth. Not that he didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, that guy gave a lot of details that were horrible to even think about. But he may have not have moved Michael. He may have not have put Michael in his, you know, final place. And his final place needs to be at home with his mother.
Most definitely.
What is sad about Summer's case is the dysfunction that we've witnessed, Dawn and Candace, that dysfunction, losing the kids, you know, going back into their records and, you know, witnessing all of that and firsthand witnessing that. Of course, there's so many of us that a lot of my people we never had great childhoods. We had bad things happen to us, predators, family members, doing inappropriate things and things like that. And just watching Dawn and Candace and the way that they acted, and then losing the boys, and after all this time, people want to come out and say, oh, there was SA involved or whatever. I think that's what brought a lot of us here, and why so many of us are just heartbroken over this little girl, not only with what she could have lived through, but what could have happened to her. And
Right. Yeah, right.
it is sad. It is so sad. It really is. But the opinions, speculations, theories, it's all good if people want to feel however they want to feel, think however they want to think. But I personally can't sit here and say that, that Dawn and Candace did anything. I can't say that. We
Right.
don't know. Just because they're messed up people, and showed us how messed up they are, doesn't mean that I can sit here and say that either one of them or Grandma Candace is guilty of anything. I mean, we can't. We just can't.
Right.
So, I mean, but I call it little fires. Little fires everywhere, right? We've got summer's the bonfire, and then we got little fires everywhere. And
Right.
Scott, that a lot of the locals and stuff that didn't like each other or whatever, that was coming out, and different things like that. And I always ask people to try to put that to the side, and try to focus on you know on Summer's case herself. Those were always different to me, the locals fighting with each other or whatever. That was something I always put to the side. And I've always tried to remember that. I've definitely always tried to remember that. So
Right. Right.
if we had the power, we would snap our fingers and she would be home. It's just, I don't know. It's all just really, really messed up. Really messed up. What do you think about this new PI that all of a sudden has kind of inserted himself and talked about the brothers? He
I
put
don't.
that
I
out a
don't
while
really
back.
know. That post that he did a while back was the first time that I'd ever heard of him. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
not.
first time I ever heard of him too.
I'm not familiar with him at all. I did see today. I was. I can't remember whose channel I was on. It was somebody's community post. It said that somebody had said, I'll say it this way because I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the guy
I don't know.
or the case, but apparently he had been mixed up with somebody on YouTube before, another YouTube creator before,
Oh, okay.
and it was a mess. So, but I don't know. I don't know. I know who that creator is, but I don't know what case they're talking about, what kind of mess it was, or
Right.
anything about it to even
Well,
to
this
even
is what he
put my 2 cents in on it.
This is what he posted 3 hours ago. He said, "My 2 cents on Summer Wells as one with experience. There are typically 3 scenarios for a missing child: wander off, abduction, or death and concealment. What people are failing to consider is the hybrid probability wander off abduction. People claim online that a wander off didn't happen because a search failed to locate her. Others claim that it was impossible for an abduction to occur because there were so many dogs at home. It's my understanding that tracking dogs followed a scent to the road where it ended. My understanding that there was surveillance recordings, various vehicles traveling through the area on Ben Hill Beach Creek Road that day. I surmised from this information that she wandered down the road where she was picked up by someone in one of those vehicles. We all should focus on the vehicles to identify drivers in the area that afternoon." Let's see.
Well, I would
Yeah.
have to say I would agree with that because I
Right.
think that is one of my top theories is with the type of people that Don and Candace associated with and the type of people that other people on Ben Hill Road associated with, not
Right.
just them, but people up and down Beach Creek, the type of people that associated with different types of people on Beach Creek.
Exactly.
I do see a very good possibility that Summer could have wandered off, like Ronnie Lawson said,
Right.
a little bit farther than what they thought, and somebody had a crime of opportunity because we know there's a lot of creepy
Yeah.
people down there, and
Right.
somebody could have just saw an opportunity and wasn't necessarily planning an abduction.
Right.
Just happened to be going down through there and
Well, I think what threw a
presented
lot.
itself, and they
Right.
they took advantage of the situation.
Well, I think what threw
Another thing that would be a second possibility, or one thing that I hope for, is even though deer season has been open for a while down here, Saturday, this past Saturday, day before yesterday, rifle season opened.
Right.
And the majority of whitetail taken are in rifle season, much more than archery or muzzleloader,
Right.
So
Right.
that means there's going to be a lot more hunters in the woods. So if she did happen to, maybe going back to Dave Rader's theory, they were thinking, what was it, the night of the 19th, that maybe somebody had picked her up and set her back down and she was headed back to the house. Well, what if she didn't make it back to the house? What if that happened? Somebody picked her up and then set her back down, but then she got disoriented herself and wandered in the wrong direction, and she's out there somewhere still in the woods.
Well, this is what I think threw a lot of people off. Also, going back to Dawn and Candace, more so Dawn. I always have to say more so Dawn because absolutely Dawn seemed to turn into the spokesperson for the family, but they were very adamant that somebody came up and first it was took her out of the basement or took her around the swing or whatever. Summer would never wander off, and and like I said, a lot of women who follow Summer's case were older women, and we've had a lot of things happen in our life, and I think that, and this is highly my opinion, I think that they, push so hard to make Candace look like a helicopter parent that made a lot of us side eye that situation. Summer had lived there her whole life, and Candace taking her to the door and saying, watch Summer for me. I'm only going to be gone a couple seconds. I'm right here fixing grandma's knee brace. I think a lot of us definitely, took a step back on that. I just felt that if, Dawn's saying that a lot of times the boys would be the ones keeping an eye on Summer outside. They come in without her. He'd say, "Go get your sister." I really just think that this is highly my opinion. If that was the case, and she told the boys to keep an eye on Summer, I truly believe it was because she wasn't going to be right there fixing Grandma's knee brace. Now, I can't prove that. I don't know. But hang on. Okay. But I wasn't there. I don't know what happened that day, but as far as for me, I just wanted, Candace to I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Because I really do. I think a lot of us were like, number one, we highly doubt you were a helicopter mom. And just state the fact. If grandma was allegedly there in her camper sleeping or whatever, and so I do think she came back. I believe grandma when she said, I didn't know Summer was gone till I heard Candace hollering. I do think she left. I think she came back and Summer was gone, and she didn't know what to do. I believe she freaked out. I believe she did call Dawn first. I do believe that she looked on her own for quite a long time, before she even made that phone call to Dawn or whatever. But that's just highly my opinion on that.
Right.
But I do think that a lot of people would have been more sympathetic towards the situation if we it maybe. And Candace doesn't owe me anything. I'm going to say that right now. No, none of them people owe me anything. But I just kind of wish she would have been honest about what transpired there. I'm
Well,
sure law enforcement feels the same way, because how do you really help to find a child, even though they've done everything up to this point that they can possibly do, if the people who were supposed to be with her last isn't telling you the truth? Because maybe there was some nefarious stuff going on. And I do believe that that's one of the reasons law enforcement has had more of a hard time, is because all the stuff that was going on right here
Yeah.
you go. So it hasn't been an easy road for law enforcement, I can tell you guys that right now. So
Oh, that's for sure. That is for sure.
so I mean,
I
we
definitely
do.
don't envy them at
Do
all.
you? Okay, so you know about the area because you grew up around there, didn't you?
Yeah.
So is that kind of a dark, once you get up into Beach Creek, does it kind of start feeling a little bit dark? You know what I mean?
It does. It does. And it's, the last time that I was down there, honestly, was when I was probably 18 to 22 years old, 18 to, well, I would say probably 17 or 18, maybe 19. And that was back in 1988.
Right.
But like I'd mentioned before, there were 2 middle schools in the area, and depending on where you lived, you know, most everybody here knows that the Washington County or the Hawkins County, Sullivan County line runs right down the middle of Beech Creek Road there. And so when we went to high school, part of the people that went to the name of the high school was Sullivan West. That was down around the Lone Star, Sullivan Gardens area, like you're headed down towards Beech Creek. The other middle school was in Colonial Heights, which is on the other side. It's in Sullivan County on the other side of the line. So there were enough students to go to one high school, which was Sullivan South High School, which is where I went, where I graduated. That's also where, well, Frank Light went, but he was younger than me. But I went to high school with his sister, one of his brothers, Donald Sherfy, and some of the other people that was, you know, from the Beech Creek area.
Right.
I'm not going to put their names out because, you know, they haven't been, you know, brought into the spotlight
Right.
here on YouTube.
Right.
So I went to, okay, Appy Blue saying she went to Sullivan when we merged with Colonial Heights kids in the 9th grade. Yes, exactly. So that's how I met a lot of those people, was because we went to high school together.
Right.
So I would go down and hang out down there sometimes, because at that time, law enforcement did not come down there after dark. They just didn't. So for somebody that was interested, somebody like me, that was interested in big trucks, 4-wheeling in the mud, riding in the mountains, drinking beer, not having to worry about the police, knowing people down there who own property down there, what better place to go? You know, you didn't have anything to worry about. And for other people, you know, if your friends or whatever were interested, there were pretty much anything that, you know, back then, mainly it was moonshine and pot, you know.
Exactly.
So after I graduated high school, I really didn't run around down there a lot. I started going down to another little town down in Hawkins County. I met another friend that lived closer down that way, so started hanging out down there. Anyway, point being, when I was in high school and met those people, a lot of those kids came from rough families and poor families and big families. You know, lots of lots of cousins and brothers and sisters and so on and so forth, because that's all agricultural land down there,
Right.
And of course, you can see it now. You can't see it now, really, but I mean, well, you've even heard Jody Sue talk about it, her early videos on Facebook, people selling off the farms and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's not happening just in Beach Creek now. I can drive by now, where fields, that used to be full of tobacco, they're subdivisions now,
Right.
and
Right.
but there, that particular area has always been poverty stricken. And poverty leads to a lot of different things, crime and drugs and alcohol and things like that, and crime, and then that leads to covering up crimes and all that kind of stuff. So,
Well, also, I
but
think
you've got
people,
those places. You've got those places everywhere,
right. Well,
and
people have to realize too, I mean, there people worked in the mines, and then you had Oxycontin, that started, and
right,
that, whether people want to believe it or not, those areas this is my opinion, where they basically, tested it out. They got a lot of people addicted. And then you get into the math manufacturing. So then you have that also. And I mean, I get what you're saying, because when I was growing up, I mean, it was marijuana
right,
and alcohol. That was it. I didn't know anybody else until I really got into high school that were even doing, like, back in my day, there was Quaalude 714s and things like that. But
right.
I didn't know about any of that until, when I got into high school. And so already devastated places on the economic scale, absolutely, they were hit very, very hard. Very, very hard. Also, like, a lot of people like, one of Summer's favorite songs being Godzilla. Okay, you look at that song, that's what, a 80s song or something, I don't even remember.
Right.
But when I heard that was Summer's favorite song, it was just like, okay, well, we're looking at a family who is not updated. Does that make sense?
Right.
Not so much an updated family, and things like that. Maybe they're kind of stuck back in a certain time frame or whatever. And I don't know. That's just me, though. That's just me. That's just the way I kind of felt about it.
Well, it's Beach Creek got, I don't know, even going back to, I mentioned before, back to my dad's age, and he's 83 now. So quite a while back, Beach Creek has always had kind of a reputation because it was so far out of the country, and you could get away with a lot of stuff.
Right.
And, a lot of stuff did go on, and a lot of stuff got covered up or was never even investigated or questioned.
Well, like you
Because,
said, and I
like
tried to
he told me
mention,
one time, he said back then, you could arrest somebody, but the bad part of that is one of these days they're going to get out, which meant it was time to pay.
Right.
So,
Well, I tried to tell people that before, Scott. You know, nobody ever listens to me. Hey, Mr. A. But the thing about it was, I always tried to tell people that you have to understand the environment. A law enforcement officer can go on a, say, domestic violence call, and they don't know what they're running into. You're not talking about people who, you know, have nowhere to hide, have nowhere to run. These people, some of these individuals, you know, let's talk about ginseng. They have traps set up. There are just so many different things in that environment. I don't think I'd want to be a law enforcement officer and have to drive up into a holler to, you know, to a domestic violence call or anything. You don't know what you're going to get when you get there. You absolutely do not know what you're coming up on, for sure.
well, and like I've said many times before, you know, when you go into a holler, you've got the mouth of the holler and the head of the holler. If you get called into the head of the holler, there's a whole road behind you that you have to depend on being open for you to get out.
Exactly.
So, you know,
Exactly.
a chainsaw in a couple of minutes can, or an old farm truck parked across the road,
Right.
or, you know, whatever, and they've got you boxed in.
Yep.
And,
Well,
you
I
know,
think a
pretty
lot of
much,
people, I think a lot of people too didn't realize there were so many strangers going into Beach Creek, you know, invading people's privacy and different things like that. So yeah, if you went up in the holler, especially after Summer went missing, and they chased your ass out of there, it's because a lot of people were really tired of it, really tired of it. And also, I mean, that's an area you don't know what they're doing. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know what somebody's got going on 5 miles into the woods. You know,
that's very
it
true.
could be anything. It could be anything.
When we would go four-wheeling back on those old trails and stuff, you know, there would be shacks, and I mean, just in the absolute middle of nowhere, places that you couldn't get to unless you were on, you know, a horse, a dirt bike, big four-wheel drive truck, four-wheeler, or something like that. You know,
Right.
it was far enough back into the mountain to where, you know, it would be a hell of a walk. But the terrain was rough enough, you know, to where you couldn't just take a regular vehicle back there.
Right.
So you could get back there, you know, go back there and, you know, hunt out of there, you know, get drunk back there, you know, live back there, whatever you wanted to do back there. But you could also do some other pretty rotten things back there too, if you wanted to.
Right. Right.
And,
Well,
you
I
know,
don't think
leave
that
somebody to walk out on their own, you know. And
right.
so it's, when you look at just the vastness of it down there and the accessibility, well, the vastness of it, and the people, the same families that have owned the same land for decades and have grown up on it since they were, you know, knee high to a grasshopper.
Right.
You know, they know every tree, every ditch, every shack, every shed, every back road, every cut through,
Right.
you know, every creek. they know everything down there. So
I
they,
think, well, I think that's where a lot of people with Fred, his exaggerations or whatever. I don't think anybody's trying to really say that Fred didn't know the area or little nooks and crannies, owed wells or anything like that. I think with that the exaggeration of all of it is kind of extensive for some people,
well,
Um,
look at that video of that JLR did with Brandon.
yes.
Brandon didn't have any problem at all getting from the head of
No,
Light Holler to Ben Hill Road, did he?
nope. Nope.
All while running his mouth 100 miles an hour, talking
Yeah.
to JLR. You
Right.
know, he
His
knew
shoe-
exactly.
His shoes were falling apart, Scott. Did you notice
Yeah.
that?
His shoes was falling apart. His breeches was falling down.
Yeah.
You know, and he never even missed a beat.
Nope.
You know,
He sure
he
didn't.
knew exactly where one foot knew exactly where the other one was headed. You know, he
Yep.
didn't even have to look.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to, stop and go I go left or right here. I mean, he just zippity doo dah right on through,
Right.
And from my understanding, is Brandon at that or my understanding was he lived in Indiana or was from Indiana or
Yeah,
something
his
like
dad.
that.
His dad
So
was.
he's not even like Fred, been here his whole entire life except for a short stint up in
Right.
Virginia, and he definitely didn't have any problem making
No,
it point A to point B.
Oh,
So
yeah. Yep. He
and
knew
back then,
exactly how many. I mean, he knew exactly how many porta potties were sitting out there that was being used for deer blinds or whatever.
oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, he knew all of that. He knew all of that. He knew where, he said law enforcement had come in there and checked out a couple areas. So, I mean, he definitely knew that. But yeah, allegedly his dad was from here in Indiana and he had lived here or something like that. And, the only reason that people kept bringing Indiana up is because of what Brad said, grandma took her to Indiana or some crap like that. I
Right.
can't even remember exactly what he said, but
Right.
that's the only thing about that story. I was like, oh my God, who told you that? Right.
Right.
We don't, unfortunately, we don't know who could possibly be a main player in Summer's case. We just don't. I know
No.
that people talked about the uppers or whatever, but there was one instigator who was putting things out that I never understood the game. Maybe I'll say it that way. Never understood that game and the way that they were playing that. But I don't think that had anything to do with Summer. I think that was just a story that was put out. And I never understood, Scott. This is maybe a off the wall question. Why Tim Mullins is so invested in his relationship with Dawn and in Summer's case the way he is. Maybe I shouldn't say it like that, but
Well,
I don't know.
I agree. I think it's kind of it's no different than some of the other names that I mentioned
Right. Yeah.
before. What is their interest in it? Why are they so deeply invested in it when they never were deeply invested in Summer before? Most
Right.
Claims are now that Fred didn't even know she existed. And we've all heard how Jody Sue felt about him, so now all of a sudden everybody, like I said, certain ones you can tell if you watch and listen, certain ones they do what they've done over these past 4 years. And, if you can't see it, you're blind, I guess. It just, it's always confounded me on why people have inserted themselves so deeply in it. Did you mute yourself, RC?
Sorry, my cat knocked my mic over. I was trying to
Oh, okay.
set it back up. Well, Fred
I
has
mean,
said,
everybody's got a right. Everyone has a right to be able to come on to YouTube and to voice their opinion or their thoughts or their theories, or that's what YouTube's for. And I'm not
Exactly.
saying anybody doesn't have the right to do that. But, like you were saying, everybody also has the right to question why somebody is so involved in something when they never were before, or their behaviors prior to showed something entirely different.
right,
Entirely different,
right. Well, a lot of the locals who were even coming out and I mean, you showed the area. I loved your stuff, Scott. But a lot of the locals that came out, instead of people, appreciating what they were showing, they were attacked. They were attacked over and over and over again.
Right.
And
right.
I found that to be sad because a lot of things that were put out was just so helpful to people who had never lived in an area like that or had even visited an area like that. And, I had relatives who lived in a holler in Hazard, Kentucky. So, I know how some things work, in those type of areas and stuff. And it doesn't matter if it's a family member that you can't stand and you ain't talked to them in 20 years. If somebody does them wrong, you better know that, family's
Right.
family.
Right.
Family is family, for sure. Yeah, I agree too that all these people have come out and said all of these things that Don and Candace were doing but none of them ever called CPS that we
Right.
know of.
Right.
That we know of. They haven't called CPS.
They
And
seem to have receipts for everything else except for all the
Yep,
times that they should have been able to show where they called CPS.
exactly. So, I mean, but you have to go back just like we were saying. Could Summer have went down to the end of the driveway and been picked up? I mean, I kind of do go with the wandered a little bit too far and someone took that opportunity to pick her up. So
That just makes a whole lot of sense to me.
yeah.
Absolutely. It really does.
It does. It makes a whole lot of sense. And the thing about it is, like you said, whatever videos or, trail cam footage or whatever they could have had from that day, that right there is going to tell law enforcement a lot. Just
Right.
that, just because a vehicle may drive past a trail cam or somebody's home that's got a ring cam or even camera set up, it doesn't mean that they're actually able to see the license plate,
Right.
or anything like that. So,
Right.
and people wondered why when Ziggy, after a few years, which she gets a hold of TBI that Fred's seen this blue truck or whatever, um, you know, but he couldn't see in it. The windows were tinted and no license plate number or anything like that. What is law enforcement supposed to do with that?
Right.
What can they do with it, right?
Right.
So, I mean, doesn't make a lot of sense, but I can guarantee you guys something. If they seen Andy Bernard, and I mean, they questioned him. He's actually said they questioned him more than once, I think he said. So he just wasn't questioned that one time. I believe that they questioned him more than once. But, it's kind of a tit for tat thing. Thank you, Poppy, for dropping Scott's link. It's kind of a tit for tat situation, and this is the thing. Like I said, nobody owes me answers to any questions at all. And even if we knew that Candace had left the hill twice, like they're saying, it still doesn't mean that she can answer what happened to Summer. I would think that if she was gone, that even no matter what she left for, that kind of would let people know that, yeah, she wasn't there, so she doesn't know.
Right.
I just think it's the game plan that they did and all that other stuff that kind of.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say, back to Michael Bond's case. When it was a couple of weeks before, I'd have to go back and look, but it was a little bit after Summer went missing before Don and Candace did that interview out in the yard on WJHL.
Right.
Which was so weird. They were talking about the haircuts, why she had her hair shaved, and one was saying one thing and one was saying the other thing, and, using all the past tense language and, just all the
religious talk, that Don
yeah,
was
it
doing.
was just a very, very suspicious right off the bat to me,
Right. Yeah, me too.
My first thought when I got the missing child alert on my phone, and then I saw, that it had been, saw the news and saw it had been upgraded to the Amber Alert, and I saw that it was in Beach Creek.
Right.
The first thing that I thought about was I wonder if it was somebody that I went to school with, their kid.
Right.
And then I saw that interview and saw that it was the Whales, and I was like, the Whales, that ain't no name from Beach Creek.
Right.
So how did these people end up in Beach Creek? Because Jody Sue, I will give her that. Again, it's not that common, and you're normally not welcomed, if you're a quote unquote outsider moving into Beach Creek, because Beach Creek's got the way that they do things, and they don't like, or back then, when I was running around, and I assume it's the same. It was the same when my dad was down there, 8 decades ago.
And I think people get
It
confused
kind of
too.
made me wonder, now who the hell are these people, you know? And then I see their interview, and I'm like, these people are shadier than hell, you know.
Yeah.
What are they doing? Who are they, you know? And then of course, you know,
Well,
this is the only way, because I never knew all this stuff was on YouTube. But
right.
I guess where I'd watched the news about Summer Wells, you know, on YouTube, that started putting people's creators, you know,
Right.
Tiffany Marie was one of the first that I started watching, Michelle After Dark, you know, the people that
Right.
was covering it first on, you know, that started showing up in my feed, and I was like, oh, heck, this is new, you know. So I started
Right.
looking into it, or watching, you know, videos and everything. And, you know, like everybody else, you know, that's in this community, got hooked on it. And,
Right.
you know,
Right.
here we are. But
Well, I think people didn't understand that even though the wells had been there for like what, 12 years or something,
right,
maybe a little more than that, they couldn't quite understand the concept that they possibly were still looked at like outsiders.
right.
So
And you've got that, you know, and I don't know, again, you know, I don't know. I can only imagine or make assumptions on what the dynamics were, because
right.
William Goad was from, you know, the Goads are from Beech Creek.
Right.
Well, Mary Sexton across the hill there, she was a Goad.
Right.
So, you know, I've heard
I think,
talk, you know, that
right.
there was some jealousy there, because Don, which is not a Beech Creeker, ended up with the property. William Goad is now dead.
Right.
So it's completely out of the Goad's hands. You know, it's completely in strangers' hands now.
But this is the thing though, Scott. Do you really feel like someone would have done something this summer to over that property? I mean, I don't see it. I don't see
Oh,
that.
no, I wasn't, you know, trying to go there with it.
No, I know you wasn't. It's just a lot of people have kind of went in that direction. I've heard tale of also them maybe trying to get the wells out of there so they could have that land for a specific use, I'll say, you know, to kind of you know, put it access to different people doing different things. And I just, I don't know. It's like, why put up with the wells for all those years, and then all of a sudden, even though Candace, you know, they were talking about going to Utah, and you know, Candace changed her mind at the last minute there on selling the property.
Right.
I just, in my heart, I don't believe that anybody would take a child for just because they were pissed off that somebody, that they didn't get the property that was supposed to be rightfully theirs. And I don't see that. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think it would. I think, yeah, I just don't see that, because
Yeah.
I don't know. I just can't imagine it, you know. And again, that's another reason that I think that it might have been, you know, a crime of opportunity from some creepy person coming in there, because, you know, like I said, Beech Creek has had a reputation in this area for forever. you
Right.
know, and people from out of the area, you know, that are not in Beech Creek go to Beech Creek for certain reasons, you know, to
Right.
visit Fred Hill or whatever, you know.
Right.
So it may not have been somebody in Beech Creek that took that opportunity, you know,
Right.
to snatch her up. They may have just, you know, been coming from outside of the area in there to get their whatever
Yeah.
they were coming after, and
Right.
you know, took that opportunity and headed on out of here. And you know, maybe Dawn's right. Maybe she's gone far
Yeah.
out of here. You
Well,
know,
that's
uh,
really one of the first kind of things that he came out with too, that you know, a drug addict or drug dealer got her and they're done down the road with her. She could be far away from here right now. And
yeah.
he's absolutely correct. He's correct on that. So,
But I don't ever remember, uh, you know, a kid being missing down there, like missing. Now I know they say one of the Wells boys got lost one time.
but they found him, right?
They found him. I remember growing up getting lost in the woods, you know, but I figured out, you know, finally where I was at, or the guys that I was with figured out, you know, one of
Right.
us figured out which was the way to go. And my parents never knew about it because back then, you know, you came home from school, you threw your books down and you was out the door till the street lights came on, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way it always was for me too growing up.
And
When
I'm sure it was that way down there, you know. It was, you know, for Summer to come home, you know, allegedly the story goes, you know, that they were out all day running errands. We all know the story on where they were and what they did and what time they
Right.
supposedly done it. And it would not surprise me a bit if I was a kid. I mean, I'm just imagining myself, a 5-year-old, stuck in the car all day long,
Mhm.
running stupid errands when I wanted to be playing. I could
Right.
imagine getting home, seeing my brothers, and wanting to play and go running around chasing grasshoppers, or go up to my
Right.
swing and play on the swing, or do whatever I do, walk down the driveway, whatever.
I mean, that's what Dawn said. Her downfall was she loved being outside. So, I mean,
And
I think you just hit right on that.
I couldn't, I do believe that the parents were neglectful in some ways, but I
Yeah.
also believe that it's really, really sad when a 5-year-old can't play in their own yard,
Right.
or worry about if they do happen to make it to the end of the driveway, or you know, maybe she got to the end of the driveway and walked up towards, you know, Jody Sue's way, or walked back down towards the Ben Hill way, whatever.
Right.
It's sad if you can't get, you know, out of sight of your, you know, your own home, your own yard, the place that you were born and raised, and
Right.
you play every day, and without having to worry about, you know, somebody grabbing you. But that's the world we live in today.
Well,
You know,
I just think a lot of the nonsense that's, you know, some people are saying, and this is highly my opinion, you know, saying things like, yeah, the dog hit on the back of my truck, or things like that. You know, it's like, if that's not true, don't say that. I mean, why would you put yourself in that position to be looked at, uh, you know, have people side eyeing you because of a statement like that? If it is just about money, I'm not saying that it is about money, but if it is that, why, you know, why say things? Why change times when you've done things? Why just come out with all these tall tales that are making people look at you like you could be guilty of something? Is it because you're, that person isn't so much right in the head? I don't know. I mean, I have always said this, Scott, and I will live by this. I don't understand uh when a little girl went missing, the lies, the lie after lie that not just one person, many people came out and said a lot of things that, could,
Every person,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, every
Mom,
person.
Dawn, Candace, Grandma, Jody Sue, Fred,
Fred,
Jose, Allie, Hunter, Leslie,
Marlena. Yeah,
Andrew Hills,
yeah,
uh, everybody.
right,
But out of all those stories, none of them matches to nobody else's. How could that possibly be?
right. You're
You
right.
know, you
Yep,
got 20 people telling 20 stories, but none of them are the same.
yep.
Not two of them are the same.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
You're
that gets
absolutely
into,
right.
you start getting into mathematical statistics. What are the probability of that ever happening? you know,
Right.
they always use the old, you heard it, growing up, and or something similar. 10 people see a wreck at a four-way stop sign. Everybody's got a different uh, perception of what happened,
Right.
but they're close enough to where whoever's the traffic investigator, the traffic cop or whatever, can figure out what happened.
I think also
They
people,
don't vary so wildly between the 10 witnesses that saw it that it's just up in the air 4.5 years later on what happened.
right. Well, I think people need to take into consideration too that the card team was there. They're not
Exactly.
just typical law enforcement that come to hang out just to, see what was up. It's a child abduction rapid deployment team. They found no sign of abduction, is what they said.
Well, see, that makes me think about the 13th there last week because the FBI was here.
Right,
So, normally FBI is involved when it crosses state lines.
right,
I guess unless they're requested by another agency. So,
right,
or was it mandatory for them to be there because of the card team and it's a child? Or
right.
was it, now that I don't know. I don't know the hierarchy of law enforcement well enough to know, but
Right.
they did say, very clearly on the news, FBI, TBI, and Hawkins
Mhm.
County. So was the card team back down here, or
Well, and we don't know per se if the FBI wasn't there. I mean, you're talking federal, uh, something perhaps federal.
yes,
So
yes.
we don't know if it could have been perhaps not only getting a tip in Summer's case, but maybe something to do with, and I'm not saying this is factual, something to do with maybe uh, substance dealing or something like that. We don't know what a lot of people I think are wanting to say that the tip came from maybe somebody in the area. Maybe it was something to do with maybe, I mean, if you guys start talking about gangs and different things like that, I would see the FBI totally being there and on board if they, if they possibly thought that something may have been happening across state lines or something like that. So I mean, it could be a number of different things. It
Right.
really could. So, but even though I would love for them to come out and give us a hint on possibly who gave the tip or what the tip was, to honestly, I'm not going to sit here and say that they owe me anything because they don't owe me anything. As long as they're there for summer and they showed force, they showed some force. Whatever the tip was, they wanted people to know that Hawkins County TBI and FBI were there. Absolutely. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
and we just
And
don't
like I
know.
said, I mean, just from watching, regular cop shows, you don't go 15 cars deep unless you're ready to
Yeah.
do something, ready for, I don't know,
Ready for anything, really.
Right. I mean, they
I
had
mean,
enough
for
people
sure.
there for whatever they were expecting was going to happen.
Exactly. Well, and they definitely didn't know what they were walking into. Maybe it does have something to do with some sort of gang affiliation or a gang doing something, and they wanted to make sure that they weren't overpowered or something also when they got there. I can't say that's factual. This is just me and Scott talking, you guys, okay? Because I don't know, and I can guarantee you Scott doesn't know where or what happened to Summer.
Well, the comments that the people were leaving on those, I can't remember. They wwere locals that were leaving comments on some social media post about. I mean, they were really standing, 10 toes down that Paul Hill was, a pillar of the community, helped anybody, whether it be clothes, whether it be food, whether
Right.
it be whatever. And supposedly he's like 80 years old. So, he's like my parents' age,
Right.
I don't really, to see that many people, and I've never seen anybody come out about anybody else in Beach Creek standing 10 toes down on how good of a person they are. None of them.
Right.
Nobody
Right.
has come out and said any of these players that are active on YouTube from Beach Creek are good people. No one.
Right.
Not
Yeah,
one
you're
single
right.
person. So, I don't really see 80-year-olds. I mean, it's possible, being, some kind of godfather,
Right.
of a
Right.
gang or anything like that. I mean, I think that's a little bit far-fetched, but
Well, people don't know.
now supposedly he's got, 2 sons.
Right.
And I'm sure he's probably got, I think I heard the other day that Ziggy said that they was 11 of they was Fred's daddy, and then Paul Hill, they was 11 of them.
11, yeah, something like that, yeah.
So, that's a lot of cousins and nephews.
Right. And I
running
think
around.
also because she, of course, made the statement that the guy's a preacher, Fred, they wanted him to come and speak at Fred's dad's funeral, and he refused. And so it's interesting. The sad thing.
Karen said last night that she that was news to her that her Uncle Paul was a pastor or had ever been a pastor.
Right. Right.
So
And you know, it is yeah, Dragonfly said the preacher part's been disputed. Oh yeah, I mean personally, I don't know. I don't know none of them. I thought it was interesting that out of all the people, the law enforcement goes to the home is even though this guy may have not had anything to do with Fred for years. I mean, the relation is still there, the family relation. But
right,
I thought this was what was odd because, you know, then it's thrown in there that yeah, he accused Fred 20 years ago of stealing some weed, and I'm like, okay, you know,
right.
why? So right there, you're talking about already saying that the guy has things to do with marijuana, even though it was 20 years prior, right?
Right.
And Fred knew the location. Fred absolutely knew the location. He talked about all kinds of areas and, you know, all this other stuff. You know, one thing I can say about Fred over the years, he sure got around. He gets around. So,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
but like you said, he grew up there. He grew up there. Even with Andy, I've said before, I'm like,
He gets around multidimensionally sometimes where time and space
yeah,
are
you're
not
not
even
lying.
applicable anymore.
Yep. I mean, he must be telepathically just hanging out everywhere for sure. But you know, that is you know, I'm not gonna sit over here and dog on Fred or Ziggy, to each their own. If you know, I think too that you have to realize that that's been a source of income for a while, and you know, once that's gone, what are they gonna do? You know,
Right.
if neither one of them's working, I mean, Laura said her and Fred were manufacturing the substance because they wasn't making enough money off of both of their checks to make it. So, you know, I would hate that, you know, something would happen to their income that they're making off of YouTube. And I think people need to understand that too. You know, I myself, I've been hard on both of them, Fred and Ziggy, but you know, I do understand that aspect of it. That you know, they made a pretty good little amount.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I didn't really consider, Scott, that your content was hid. You didn't really hide your content, right?
I
I mean,
deleted it all a while back.
but I don't. I mean, you had some
I got
interesting
a,
stuff, but
I got a demonetized for, uh, it was reused content.
oh yeah, yeah,
So apparently, where I'd used, uh, news clips and stuff,
right.
and probably every one of my videos had a news clipping or something in it.
Right. Damn, I hope they don't do that to me. I use a
So
lot of news clips and stuff too.
yeah, yeah. I mean, they did. So I was like, heck, there ain't no way in the world I'm going through a
All
couple of
your
hundred
stuff,
videos
right?
trying to edit out,
Right.
uh, you
Well,
know,
there's a lot
news
people,
clips or whatever. I was like, there ain't no way I'm gonna do that. So I just said, the heck with it. I'll just delete it all. And if
right,
anything comes up with summer, if I decide I want to come back and do something, I'll just start new.
right, right. Well, I mean, I guess we could ask a lot of people that question. We could ask a lot of people why they got rid of their Summerwell stuff. Some people got rid of it for other reasons. I never thought you got rid of your stuff for anything nefarious, Scott. I never thought that. I miss it
No,
because you had some really good stuff. I've always told you that. You're one of the channels I did watch because you do use common sense, and you also showed some great stuff on the area and different stuff like that. So absolutely. But yeah, there's many of people that's
Well,
content is gone.
the way that I was thinking about it was, everything that I did, well, there were a lot of things because there was, come to find out with one of the people that was uh, helping research, some of the content turned out to be not above board.
Right.
Uh,
Right.
So there was, some of the live streams would have had some of that stuff in there, and I
Right.
didn't want that to be a continuing,
A continuing
source
thing.
of
Right.
misinformation out there, stuff, to people
Right.
to rely on when it wasn't true.
Right.
And besides that, anything else that was on there, I could recreate.
Right.
I could go back and do the maps exactly the same way that I did the maps back then.
Right.
As far as my viewpoints on my theories and things like that,
Right.
they haven't changed. The way that I feel about certain creators,
Right.
and that hasn't changed. So it's nothing really, that I couldn't go back and
Well, and I
recreate,
and
or
and
it's
I think
nothing,
that's
like
right.
right now, coming up on your panel. I'm not saying anything now any differently than what I said
Exactly.
on the live streams that I did back then. So I mean,
Exactly.
that's one thing with me, you kind of get what you pay for,
Right.
with
Right.
me.
Well,
I realize I
I'm
want to
telling
be
you,
refunded in a lot of cases, but
well, that's my thing. I mean, look, we're all human beings. We don't do everything perfect, but you're definitely one person I always had a lot of respect when you talked about Summer. And like you said, especially in the Summer Wells community, I'll call it, there were so many creators that were just attacking. And unless you know what they accused Scott of and different stuff that they were trying to say about him, um, you know, um, then I never looked at any of that stuff, Scott. I just appreciated that you gave me a look into the community, and from being from the area, and a lot of stuff that you've talked about that happens, in an environment like that, and stuff like that. I have never I've never had you tell me something that I don't believe. For real.
well, I appreciate that because I definitely have never set out to mislead anybody on anything,
Right.
concerning Summer's case. Now, it may have happened a couple of times, like I said, because of, that one person that was
Right.
turned out to not be above board,
Right.
but I learned my lesson there, and I learned it well. And, I only wish that I could wake up and be as perfect as some of these other creators here on this platform.
Right.
I
Well, all we
I
can
hope
do,
I hope you caught the the sarcasm in that.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's the whole thing about it. And a lot of people don't want to come out even speak on it anymore because of the attacks and everything else. And the jealousy was horrible and still is horrible for a lot of people. I mean, and I say this, you know, I'm not saying this to pat myself on the back or anything. If I wanted to come out and tell gossip and lies and make shit up in the Summer Wells case, I would probably have 10,000 subs by now.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
and
yeah.
and I'm good with my 2.19. I got 2.19, and I've been on here almost 3 years.
You
But
and I could start. You and I could start a rumor right now.
right,
It's 7 o'clock on the East Coast. I don't know where you are. Don't need to know. It's 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We could start a rumor right now, and by 7:15, have every YouTube creator on the Summer Wells case going live if we
yep,
wanted to do that.
you're absolutely right.
If we
You're
wanted to do that,
absolutely right. I
we could
mean,
just make up some kind of crazy wild ass rumor and like you said, name drop somebody in there, and
absolutely.
people's fingers would just be flying on Google, you know, looking them up and looking their, you know, whole life history up and who their kids are and who their second grade teacher was and
Yep.
everything else. And like you said, you know, you'd have 10,000 subscribers in here and probably have
Right.
1,500 people in the live stream watching it, you know.
Well, I mean, as far as with me, I think I kind of got shunned by a lot of people because I do try to use common sense, you know, and if somebody's talking crazy, I tell people all the time, just use a little bit of common sense. Just if somebody tells you something or if somebody shows you something written, look at the words. You know, just even the email that Karen put out of the cotton stuff with Fred. Look, if you looked at the words, if you listened to what was said in the beginning, it was said this email pertains to cotton. Well, everybody ran with that, Scott. Everybody ran with that. You know, it was about Summer. Fred's not a person of interest anymore. Well, I'm sorry to tell everybody, but everybody is still a person of interest in Summer's case. They have
Right.
not come out and said otherwise
Right.
at all. I mean, even though we know Andy was at work that day, you know, people are still, he's a person of interest. Well, I mean, of course he is, even though he was at work. I mean, people could have been gone to another location. It doesn't mean that they wasn't aware or didn't know that something was transpiring there. You know, that's just the fact of the matter. That's just the
Sure.
fact of the matter. So, but I adore you, Scott, and please come back and talk to me again sometime. I've been on here 4 hours, so I need to get my butt off here and eat. But
Right.
I appreciate you so much coming up here and talking to me. I always have great conversation with you. I want you to know that. So I do hope you come back and talk to me again sometime for real.
Oh, I'm sure I probably will.
Well,
Sometimes I'm doing stuff and I just have YouTube on in the
right.
background, and I'll you know, I'll come into a stream or whatever and say hello, and then I'll be off piddling doing whatever, just listening. So I'm not, you know,
Right.
actually there at the keyboard, you know, to
Well,
type
I'm
comments.
glad I got lucky today and you could hang out for a little while for sure.
Right,
For
right.
sure.
Yeah, we'll do it again, I'm sure, sometime.
Well, I hope you do. And, you know, I know that you are one person that you know, your heart was in it for Summer. And I know some people are going to try to say a bunch of stuff, and y'all don't do that. You know, I don't care what anybody says. Scott has been here for Summer and tried to give us all a look into a lot of things in that environment and stuff. And that should be appreciated, not looked down on. And you know, him not being talked shit about because of who he may have, you know, been associated with throughout the time that he was on YouTube and stuff. So you know, sometimes associations doesn't necessarily need to be used against people, if that makes sense. For sure.
Well, I don't worry about it. I understand how you know YouTube works, and I
Right.
understand on some level, you know, how humans work, and
Right.
you know,
Right.
it is what it is. And
Well, it's much nicer for me to be able to sit and have nice, common sense, calm conversation with someone about this stuff than to you know, have a screaming match and arguing. I'm not good at that. I'm not good at you know, the scream. I get feisty sometimes, Scott, you know that, but
right,
um you know, other than that, I would rather have a really nice conversation, and I would rather be listened to than heard. You know, it makes a difference if you're heard. You're to me, you're not really being listened to, because a lot of times you're screaming or whatever, and you know, I would rather be listened to. If I'm going to talk about Summer, I'd rather be listened to than you know,
right.
pterodactyl screaming. I'm not into pterodactyl
Oh Lord,
screaming.
I can't handle that. I
Yeah,
just
me neither. Me neither.
I
But yeah,
that's where I've
so
always been lucky enough with YouTube, and you know, I think a lot of people would benefit from it. Is, you know, which I'm not here to preach to the choir or anything like that, but
yeah,
you know, there's
Fly said your rants were epic. You did have a couple epic rants for sure. They were pretty good, but
there's
but we,
there's an X on every tab that you open up, just like this one right here that I'm
that's
talking about.
right. That's
You know,
right.
if I click on a live stream and it's a subject that I'm not interested in, or you know, if people are squawking and screaming at each other and I'm not in the mood to listen to squawking and screaming,
That's right.
I just click that little X, and then, you know, I'll
Right.
go to some other stream, you know. And
Right.
but some
Right.
people, they really they thrive on
They do.
the drama and the fighting and screaming and everything. And
Those are the people who have the most subs and make the most money. I'm just saying.
well, you
Yeah,
know, I'm not against anybody making money on this platform.
right.
Again, like I said, I'm not one of those people that like to get into all the fussing and bickering and screaming and all that kind of stuff, you
Yeah,
know.
I
So
don't either, really. I mean,
I'm not, you know, participating heavily in those
right,
streams, you know. Every
right.
once in a while, you know, I'll sit back in the bushes, and, you know, if it's something interesting or,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
know,
they are interesting.
entertaining, sometimes I get a kick of seeing how crazy some people act. You know, it's like,
Oh,
good
I
Lord, you know,
know.
we got
I
a
know.
train wreck in the middle of a dumpster fire all at the same time, you
Absolutely.
know. And where's my
Absolutely.
popcorn? I'm gonna watch this burn down, you know. But
I okay. I never go up on panels, so Ernie, you know, he had Benny and Ziggy up there or something, and I was like, hey, if it's an open panel, I'll take the link. He gave me the link. I've never ever talked to Ziggy Scott ever. Um, I really don't watch her. I hate to say that, but I don't. And Ernie brought me up on panel, and she seen me, and she said, "I ain't talking to that psychotic bitch." And I was like, "Wait a fucking minute, lady. I ain't even never talked to you before." She said that I was a trickster, Scott, that I would trick her. And I don't know what the hell I was supposed to be tricking her into, but I was like, "I'll take it. If you call me a trickster, I'll wear that proudly." But
Well, I heard supposedly, and I know you kind of like Ernie, so don't take this or get mad, or
no,
do
I
get
know
mad.
how
I don't
Ernie
care.
is,
But
Scott. I absolutely know how Ernie is.
I was watching another live stream, the soup. Stinson has the soup.
Right,
I was watching her, and she was reviewing that Ernie stream, Ernie and Benny,
right,
and when Ziggy came up there, and of course she started squalling,
right.
and come to find out, apparently she feels like that, or it was confirmed that Ernie and Benny set her up
That's
or
what she
something like
said.
that. And
That's what she
I'm
said.
thinking to myself, for almost 5 years, and you're here to tell me that you were shocked that Ernie Shell and Benny Keys
Yeah,
tried to trick you.
right,
You're
right.
actually surprised at that.
Yeah, I mean,
Ernie Shell and Benny Keys, that's what they do. That's what they
yeah.
do. That's who they are. To expect anything else from that would be the more surprising part.
Well, and the thing
You
about
know,
it, yeah, but the thing about it was, if I would have had any inkling on that going on, I would have never even have. I wouldn't have grabbed that link for the end of the world. I'm telling you, I would not have, because that's not me. I don't set people up, I don't do that. So I guess if I really wanted to say, maybe I got used a little bit. I never knew Ziggy felt that way about me, and I'm good with her feeling that way about me. She can feel however she wants to about me, but um, you know, that that was kind of a whammy for me, because I was like, damn. But I can see, like you said, I can absolutely see why she ended up feeling like, that she got set up with that. A lot of people, like when I said, told Benny, "You could have contacted me behind the scenes," and he absolutely could have. He absolutely could have. And believe me, him
but
saying, "You're a
Benny and
tarot card reader, I don't want that energy on my soul," or some shit. I'm like, "Okay, good verbiage there, guy." You know?
Ben- Benny and Ernie are showmen.
Mhm.
I mean,
Absolutely.
that's what they are. They're fast talkers. They're slick
Yeah.
tongued.
Yep.
They're showmen. That's just who they are. I mean, that's their presentation on YouTube. If I click on a stream, which I never really did pay attention to Ernie before,
Yeah, I didn't
uh,
I've never really paid a whole
'cause
lot of attention to Ernie either.
that community kind of branched off,
Right.
and formed its own little thing. So,
Right.
but I heard enough. I saw Ernie's highway runs
Right.
and things like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
all
it
of
was
his
all out there.
outlandish claims of working with President Trump and
Right.
but
Right.
that's who Ernie Shell is. When
That
you click
yeah.
on, or if I were to click on Ernie's channel, I would expect Ernie.
Right.
I would expect outlandish claims and
Right.
the flamboyancy of him. And if I click on Benny Keys, I want to expect a fast talker,
Right.
slick tongue, showman,
Right.
because that's who Benny is.
Right. Right.
And you know, to go into a situation like that and be surprised at the outcome of it that's really shocking to me, how you could
Right.
ever, you know,
Right.
expect anything else. And I have talked to Benny Keys behind the scenes,
Right.
and you know, Benny is not always a showman like that. He is actually has periods in time, you know, to where it's no different than you and I talking right now, you know.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
but you know, his nature is what you've seen for, you know,
Right.
4.5 years or whatever. And from what I
Right.
understand, my understanding, well, I know it to be true. AB has showed a lot of it. A Balance.
Yeah.
That's always been who Benny was.
Yeah. Always.
You know,
Absolutely.
so to be surprised by how Benny acts is kind of ridiculous to me. You know,
Right.
like I said, you
Right.
know, if I were to click on his channel, I'm expecting Benny to act the way that Benny acts, you know,
Right.
otherwise I wouldn't be there.
Exactly.
You know what I
Exactly.
mean? Same way with
Yep.
Ernie, you know, if I click on Ernie's channel, I'm expecting, you know,
Yep.
outlandish Ernie, you know.
Right. Because
If
Ernie's like that too. Ernie can sit and have a great conversation for so long, but you better be expecting that he's going to be talking about, I work with the TVI and I'm running for governor, and he's going to end with that stuff before he gets off, right? That is just the norm. And I see it. I mean, I see that. I'm sure other people see it, but you know, like we were talking about, um, you know, what people need to realize, there's just so many creators that they kind of join forces, and so you may be watching one person live, and then before they get out, you know, get done, they're like, okay, well, hey, so and so's going live, let's all go over there. A good example was Dolly was going live, and people were coming over. Hey, Ernie, Dolly wants you to come over on his live at a certain time. And hey, Benny, you know, Dolly wants you to come on. So, you know, it went from Ernie, and I can't remember if Benny went live, but then it went to Dolly. And that's something that a lot of us who's been on YouTube, we see that, we notice that. And
right.
but a lot, you know, there's a lot of people who don't, they just don't notice that at all. So and I'm good with people not noticing. I mean, no harm, no foul, right? To each their own is what I say. So
Well,
hey, Lippy.
you have to look too, you know, as I said before, the type of YouTuber that I was and the type of YouTuber that you are, and the type of YouTuber that, you know, Ernie or Benny or Dolly, or, you know, name a creator, any creator, whether it's you know, in the Summer Wells community, or whether it's in, you know, the knitting community, or
Right.
you know, the chainsaw community, or guns, you know, that's, you know, I'm like those communities. But
Right.
some people, YouTube is their income.
Right.
They rely on YouTube for their income. So naturally, they're going to try to get, you know, the most participation and views and things like that over there.
Right. Right.
You know, because they depend on that for the
Right.
income, and there is nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Now, if you decide that you don't want to be a part of that audience, don't be a part of that audience.
That's what I say. Turn it off.
If you decide that you don't want to be a part of the audience and start your own channel and bitch about that type of audience, then do that.
Yes. Yeah, that's one thing I
It-
noticed in the Summer Wells community, because a lot of people started channels because they were given a creator information or talking with creators, personally on different things that they thought and stuff, and that creator may or not have said things the way they wanted or something like that. So what I seen was a lot of people who just started their own channel so they could put out what they were feeling and thinking and things like that, instead of depending on, a different creator to do it. I seen a lot of that when, Summer's case first came out. So
Right. Well, I don't, like I said, the platform is here, and they give you the ability to monetize if you get the meet the parameters,
yeah,
the subscribers and the view hours and things like that. You're free to do that, and everybody has the freedom of speech, and they're allowed to
right.
exercise that. And
Yeah, it took me a
that's why I
while.
don't believe in, I don't believe in striking channels.
I don't
know,
either. I've never struck a channel. Never.
Even all the people that said the things they said about me, number one, I don't hold grudges against people. I may get in an argument with you, and I might be pissed off for a day or two, but I'm going to let
Right.
that go,
Right.
because man, that stills a whole lot of, that's too much negativity to be hanging on to.
Right. Yeah.
Other people, they still may have that grudge against me, but I've
Right.
long since let it gone.
Right. Well,
And
there's times something like that may happen with me, and I'll forget about it until somebody will mention it to me, and I'm like, damn, I forgot all about that happening. Just because I'm not going to hang on to that, I'm not going to sit and think about it. I'm not living off of in my brain people who talk shit or don't like me. It's like, don't watch me. There's a
right.
turn off button.
I mean, it's
So,
I think a lot of it is, and some people, and it's not necessarily their fault. I've learned a
right,
lot, when I came on YouTube, about different, people grow up in different places, and they're not all the same as, where I grew up.
right,
So they act different and everything, but
right,
knowing how to set boundaries and things like that, I think are important.
right,
In your real life, just as much as it is on your internet life.
right,
And people, I never worried about people saying bad things about me and stuff, because none of it was true.
right,
I never did the things that the people said that I did, and I never was the people that people said that I was.
right.
And so I never really worried about it. They don't affect me, because I know they're not being truthful.
Well, not only are they not being truthful, but they're not people who's in your everyday life. That when you're a creator, to have different people in your real life every day, it teaches you how to be able to step away and manage things a lot differently. Some people are on here all the time, Ernie, 3, 4, 5 times a day, and
Right.
but that is how he makes his living, and like he said, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't care.
Right.
But yeah, when you
If it aggravates you, because somebody goes live 4 or 5 times a day,
right,
don't watch them 4 or 5 times a day.
right, right,
Like I said, you can always start your channel and bitch about him going live 4 or 5
right,
times.
right.
That's your right to do, but
Well,
you have to.
I'm not into hanging out somewhere where I'm going to tell somebody 5 times a day that they're a liar I only have to say it one time. I don't need to keep telling them over and over and over again. You know,
Well,
and this gets
I've
me
always
too.
believed the philosophy of when someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Thank you. I agree 1,000%.
Because I don't think there's any other words of wisdom that have been spoken.
Right. Right.
It and the action, not words. You know, old guy told me one time, if you truly want to know what somebody believes, don't pay attention to what they say, but watch their boots.
Yes.
See what their behavior is. Their
Right.
behavior will tell you exactly what somebody believes.
Right.
Because somebody can
Right.
tell you anything. They can say, "Oh, I'm going to help you, you know, mow your yard this summer. Or I'm going to help you paint that fence, or I'm going to help you get caught up
Yep.
with this bill, or I'm going to, you know, do this or do
Exactly.
that, or I'm going to quit drinking, or I'm going to, you know, whatever." But their
Right.
behavior will show them what they really believe in.
Exactly. Exactly. And the way that I look at it too, sometimes it's just harmless, and other times it's not harmless. And you know, people should really take into consideration um how devastating some people can feel when they when somebody demeans them or something like that. Now, you know, I know you are. I'm a little bit stronger. A lot of that stuff I can just blow off, but some people can't. And
Right.
to say something, you know, demeaning or something like that to some people, it really affects their mental health really badly.
It
And
certainly does.
yeah, I'm not amused by stuff like that. Even people I get upset with, I have a hard time being mean. I have a hard time being mean, Scott. I've tried a couple times, it just don't work. It don't work. I'm like, after I go on my rant, I'm like, damn, I couldn't even be mean. I can't be mean. It's just not in me to be mean to people. I just can't do that, you know. And I'm good with it. People's kind of taking advantage of that, Scott. I'm trying to change it a little bit, but I don't think it's
Right.
working real well. But yeah, so
I
you
was looking
know,
up here. Lippy said something a second ago. She was
some
talking about, let's see, we were all new here.
right. Is
COVID
that
amplified things.
yes, it did. It
Let's
absolutely
see.
did.
Okay, but some people did not realize the show, with show being in quotes.
Yes.
And that's exactly right. And that goes back to being creators that depend on social media as their
Yes.
income.
As their
Their life.
income.
Can you really fault somebody for that? Now
I don't.
I'll give you a for instance, and I'll use two creators, and a lot of them are controversial. One of them is really controversial right now. One of them has been really controversial in the past for things. Jay for Justice
Right.
and Dolly Vision.
Right.
When I came on YouTube, I'd never heard of Dolly. Like I said, you know, creators started coming up in my feed after I'd watched the WJHL thing on YouTube.
Right.
And that's where I learned about Jay for Justice.
Right.
Jay for Justice, it has always been her dream and passion to be a big YouTube creator or social media creator or whatever podcaster,
Right.
whatever name that she chooses to call herself.
Right.
That's what she has always aspired to be. congratulations, because she's done a heck of a job doing it.
Yeah, I
She-
remember her.
well
Yeah,
over, she's got like 120 subs on her main channel and 20 some subs on her second channel, which I'm sure some are duplicates, of course.
right.
But and Dolly, like I said, he came out of a completely different community.
Right.
And I can remember him coming in and love bombing everybody, you know, dropping the turtles in the chat and everything.
Right.
And like he's got like over 80,000 or something now.
does,
He's
yeah.
nearing in on 100,000.
Yeah.
Both of those creators, that
Yeah.
is how they choose to earn their income
Right. Right.
and to pay their bills. And I cannot fault somebody for that no more than I could fault a plumber for, you know, wanting to cut out, you know, shitty sewer lines and replace them.
Well, because people need to realize, Scott, when you come out on YouTube and you know, a lot of my stuff I try to research. You know, I do when you come out, even if you just come out and you talk for an hour or two, it takes a lot. It's not easy being a YouTube creator. I don't care what anybody says. It's a job, no matter what you're talking about, what you're showing. It is a job. It really is. And I don't know how a lot of these people do it 2, 3, 4 times a day or whatever. And Dolly might be drama, but let me tell you something, Kim. It doesn't matter what people said about Dolly and his shenanigans and some of the stuff that he did. It made him what he is right now. And like Scott said, he's a lot of subs strong over there right now. I remember
That's the
Jay.
thing. When Dolly was doing those antics that I found to be something that I didn't enjoy, I didn't watch Dolly.
Right. Right.
And it's the same thing, you know. I followed Jay for Justice since, you know, I started YouTube.
Right.
But there's some streams that Jay for Justice has done that I'm not interested in.
Right.
And
Exactly.
I don't watch them. There's
Right.
some streams that I have really, really enjoyed from Jay for Justice. There's some that I've
Right.
really, really enjoyed from Dolly.
I mean, there's a lot of channels I don't watch that I'm still sub to. I'm not going to unsub from people just because they may be talking about something I'm not interested in. A lot of times, if they talked about things I enjoy, I do stay subbed up to them. I don't unsub just because, you know. Now people who have did nasty shit to me that was not necessary. I have unsubbed from them, but I don't watch them. I
Right.
don't watch them. You know, I don't know if this is good or bad, but once somebody pushes me to a point with their fuck shit, I block them out of my life. I don't watch them on YouTube. I don't listen to what they're saying. They're blocked on my phone. They're blocked on all my devices, and that's it. I don't need to talk about them anymore. I don't need them in my life,
Well,
right?
see, you've got good boundaries, because I do the same thing. You
Yeah,
know, if somebody sends me a rotten email or leaves me a rotten comment, I block their email.
right,
Or, you
right,
know, I block them from the channel if they, you know, continue to leave harassing
right,
comments or something like that, you know,
right,
because, you know, I know, or I try, let me say this, I try, because I will fail you as a human. I can assure you of that. I try to give grace and I try to understand that sometimes people make mistakes
Right.
and maybe get caught up in the moment and push things a little bit too far. Because Lord knows I have.
Right.
I have. I
Well,
have.
yeah, me too. We're all
And
human.
and you kind of look back and you're like, dang, can I really? It's like having kids.
Right.
You know, you look at them when they're crazy in their teenage years, and you're like, well, what were you doing when you were that age?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you have to make a decision. And it's like you said, uh, some people, yeah, you unsub them and you block them and you don't think another thing about them. And, you know, that's just the way that it is. And,
Right.
but I think at the same time, yeah, I learned this probably later in life than I should have. Let bygones be bygones,
Right.
live and
Right.
let live. Again, back to holding those grudges and stuff, because
Right.
it I see, we see so many people on here, you were mentioning the people that really hurt and
Mm-hmm.
they really can't get it out of their head. And, they would be much healthier if they were able to learn how to let stuff like that go
Right.
and get it out of their head.
Right.
They would feel better. The people around them would feel better, because they wouldn't be as grouchy or sad or
Right.
upset or whatever. But it's a hard thing to learn.
Well, and I think we've all seen this too, where the same people, no matter where you see them, they're saying the same thing over and over and over. So and so did this to me. So and so did that to me. And it's like, get with so and so about that problem. But my channel too, Scott, one thing I've never liked in my chat, and it's happened before. I'm not going to say it ain't never happened. I do not like people attacking each other in my chat. That's one thing I don't like. I don't tolerate it very well. And, my channel's not the place to come and hang out and fight with people in chat. I'm not into it. Also, if you have a problem that started on somebody else's channel, don't bring it to me or my chat, because I don't half the time know what you're even talking about. And the only person that can handle that is where the problem started to start with. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
just the way I
Absolutely.
am, you know. That is
Absolutely.
just the way I am. All right, Guy, I got to go eat. But thank you, Scott. I do appreciate you. I want you to know that you start your channel back up. You know my butt's going to be over there. So for
Right.
real. And please, if you have time and I'm live at any time, I don't care what I'm talking about, just let me know. I'll drop you the link to come up. And because I do really enjoy talking to you, Scott, I want you to know that for real. I really do.
Well, I appreciate the invitation, and I think we had a very good conversation today. I enjoyed it very much.
I did too, Scott. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you. I want you to know that.
I will drop down and let you end your show so you can get on with your evening. Again, thank you very much. And chatters, I will see you all in the streets.
Thank you, Scott.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Round of applause. Everybody give Scott a round of applause. Hear what anybody says. It's always such a calm conversation. I couldn't ask for a better conversation with anybody, for real. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Be you, do you. Lippy, thanks for showing up. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Poppy, I adore you. Thank you for hanging out. I know it's hard for you guys. Flies, thank you. Always appreciate you. And everybody else, thank you so much. And again, thanks, Scott, for coming up. I appreciate it. See, conversations, thank you, Mr. A. Conversations like that, that's my cup of tea right there. For real. Hey, Tennessee True, thank you for coming in. Thank you guys. I do appreciate all of you guys. I want you to know that. If I could go back through and name all of you guys individually, I would. I don't have the brain capacity for that right now. But I'm going to go and, you know what? It doesn't hurt to say one nice thing about somebody. It doesn't. Peace out, you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.